Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Hello everybody. I hope you are having a good day. We are getting ready to start today's action. My name is Mary Elia. It is a pleasure to be here once again. My co-caster did not manage to get logged in on time this morning, so we're hoping that Shower Bees will be able to join us, and this afternoon you will have 2 new casters as usual. So thank you so much for tuning in, this time on Twitch and YouTube. You guys have been asking for it. Now you can watch where you choose. We've got a little bit of time left before teams start their runs, though not much. So what I'd like to do first is take a quick look at the rankings where we start. So having a look at this, let's see if I can remember to press all my different buttons at the same time and make things work. That's what we want. You can hear the teams readying up in the background. This is the rankings that we want to be taking a look at. This weekend, only 10 of our teams have managed to play. New Zealand Defence Force and Air Force Gaming are taking a step back. So we will see Air Force Gaming drop down into Group B at the end of today. And New Zealand Defence Force will remain in Group C with no chance of promotion. Today, we've changed things up a little bit as well. Instead of limiting you to 4 teams on a single day, we've got it down to 5. So today you're going to have a showing of the TAPS team, Warrior Gamer, Ukrainian WoW, and the Department of Dungeons, which is a new team. They are a combined arms team of several individuals who work in, related positions across the different departments of defense branches in the U.S. So bringing them into the loop, we have no idea what their performance is going to be like today, but we are looking forward to seeing how it goes. And you guys can hear it in the background. We're going to jump straight in to check out where these teams are starting today. It looks like a pretty solid consensus to begin with, Priory. This is gonna be a nice start, We always enjoy when multiple teams are on the same dungeon. 4 is a lot. 4 is a lot. And both Ukrainian WoW and United taking a little bit of a delay. I love the fact that they're only 2 seconds apart, but
Nova.
those, 10, 15 seconds could make a huge difference.
2, 1. Personal. Frontal.
All right, so TAPS currently in the lead. Of course, for those of you longtime AFDL viewers, you know that the current TAPS
Defensive.
team is made up of many of the old Marine Corps gaming
Frontal.
team players. And it's going to be interesting to see how they do, because they have been a wild card team
Tempest.
throughout the AFDL's history. So we often see them have these really, really strong starts
Tempest.
and then slowly start to fall off as the keys get higher. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case for them today. Oh, sorry. I misspoke. We've got teams starting in Rookery, it looks like, and Priory on the bottom. I'm still okay with this. It's still a mirror matchup. We just have 2 separate mirrors going on. United is a little bit behind TAPS where they're at. Warrior Gamer and Ukraine are the teams that have elected to go into Priory, just focusing on clearing out this first area. It's going to be a little while before we see some boss action, I think.
Tempest. CC. Brutal Smash. Tempest. Caltrops. Lunging Strike. Tempest. Caltrops. Lunging Strike. Brutal Smash. Interrupt.
Bam!
Interrupt. 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 Interrupt.
All right, there we go. My mic should be back in action. Got a couple little technical glitches that we're just working out here at the top of the show, as usual. But things are working. You can see in your top left there. We have our 5th team, the Department of Dungeons. They too have elected to start in Priory. So an interesting combination. We'll be able to keep track of everybody throughout the afternoon. And there's lots of weak auras. Lots of weak aura noise. You know, I miss just like game sound. You know, where's the POV that just has beautiful game sound and the wonderful music? Bakers can't be choosers, I suppose. All right, United is making their way onto that first boss, and we expect that Taps is making good progress there as well. You can see already down to, 6% health by the Taps team. So United's still a little bit behind. They did start a few seconds later, and with a death already on the board, that's an extra 5 seconds that they are going to struggle dealing with. Gotta dodge the lasers. This is a classic please do not stand in things boss. Move as a group. Don't kill your teammates by being too far ahead. And these guys are executing it wonderfully. Shakebox is here. I'm looking at the chat. We've got so many people here to support. I absolutely love it. Let us know who you're here to support. We have the team emotes are working, I think, for most of them. So if you're here to support, use the team emotes in chat and give them some love. I came to see a guardian druid. He quite possibly may be the worst tank ever. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, we're gonna have to wait and see. One of the beautiful things about the AFDL is that the comps can be anything. Like, look at this. We have a monk tank going on for United. I've got inverted health bars on the Taps team, which means I have no idea. So let's just check it out on the other side. Lovely. Here's our Death Knight POV, but they've got a Demon Hunter tank there. Warrior Gamer. What are you guys running? Looks like Demon Hunter as well. So currently, Demon Hunters are edging everybody out. The Monk is definitely unique. We don't get too many. Aowen, absolutely happy to see you in chat, supporting. I'm sorry we don't have your POV on stream this time. All right, everyone. Since it's just me on the desk today, I'm going to let you guys decide. I'm going to put out a poll right here, and you can choose which team we watch first. We're going to say you can watch the Taps team, if you're here for United, if you're here for Ukraine. I'm going to give it, 5 minutes? You guys can vote. Which team are we going to go full screen on to follow up first? Support who you want to watch. Thank you, Shakebox, for the sub. We appreciate it so, so much. All right, we got lots of votes for Warrior Gamer, currently in the lead. We're seeing some love for Priory go on maybe here. Oh, we're starting to see some love for United. It's nearly tied. Now, one thing that I do want to point out, all right, in the Spring Clash, for those of you who know 2025, we changed the format up slightly. We brought in these groups that teams are now competing in to jockey for position towards the end of the year. And everybody during the Spring Clash started on 10s. Group A, Group B, Group C, no matter where you had been ranked after the 2024 Winter Invitational, you started on 10s, and it was purely about speed. What we found is that as teams went up in groups, their ability to push higher keys increased. Surprise, surprise. And that meant that teams were not managing to give us the really clutch closeouts that we all know and love. So there's been a slight change to how this weekend is going to work. Teams in Group A are starting their keys on 12. So for today, that means it's Ukraine. Ukraine has a 12 as their first key here in Priory. Taps and Warrior Gamer, who are currently in Group B placement, they're starting on a 10. So that same level that we started the spring. And both United and DOD, who are in Group C, they're starting on an 8. So functionally, that's going to change what the max level key is for each group. But it doesn't actually matter because they're competing against each other, right? Group A is competing against Group A, so they all have the same start time. But it means that by starting on a 12, we're cutting out, a whole
2,
extra run.
1.
Whereas before, you would have to waste 30 minutes of your 5-hour regulation time on, getting from the 10 to the 13. Now, starting at the 12 provides an interesting opportunity because realistically, you want to 3-chest it, and suddenly you're going from a 12 to a 15, which puts you at the same place as you would have been by going, 10 to 13 to 15, than in half as much time. It does mean that the 16 is not on the table, though, which could make things spicy as we get towards the end of the day. Some teams were able to do the 10 to 13 and then 13 to 16. It didn't happen often, but it did happen on some dungeons. And then that 16 became a little bit of a sticking point of, okay, now do we get the 17? Do we go for the 18? But by maxing out your first key on 15, you now have a choice because the 17 could be challenging enough that, you never want a 1 chest, but having the 18 option as a second key is kind of crazy. You're gonna see 19s at minimum. We could see 20s. Depending on how these teams do, I think we could see a 21 by the end of the weekend. Maybe a 22. I don't know that the 22 would get completed, but I think we'll see into the 20s. All right, you guys have voted. We are going to punch in on Warrior
2,
Gamer.
1.
We're going to take a look-see at how they're doing. Beautiful. And we were already listening to their game sound, so that's just perfect. All right, they are transitioning into the second phase of the Prioress. I really like this dungeon for a lot of reasons. Those of you who have tuned in before and listened to my sad casting know that my key skill is minimal, but my lore love is great. And so the reason that I love this dungeon is it just gives, hear me out, okay? This is discount Whitemane. This is discount Whitemane, and I don't know that you're going to convince me otherwise. I think this is what we could have gotten you know, if the Scarlet Crusade was a plot line that was happening now instead of way back in vanilla, this is kind of what the places would look like. I mean, how you fit a temple this large in that tiny little corner northeast of Undercity, I don't know. The map sizes are slightly different nowadays, but it's a good way to be. And there we go. We have the first dungeon completed for Warrior Gamer. Let's hop back into the quad and see where everybody else is going. Taps as well has finished their first key. We didn't get to see the Rookery finish, but they're making good progress. United still working on that last boss themselves. And here is the expected follow-up. Warrior Gamers decided they're going to go straight back into Priory. This is a very typical behavior of day one, dungeon one, where teams just want to try and find their own limits.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And you can see there, Warrior Gamer chose the 13, or they didn't choose it. They 3-chested their 10, which is going to put them at the 13. If they 3-chest this and get the 16, that's probably what they'll need in order to ensure that they end up in the top of their group. Going for the 15 and 2-chesting this key, it's recoverable, but with only 5 hours on the clock and 3 dungeons to do, it's a big ask. Having that 16 and completing it makes a big
Personal.
difference to your potential final score.
Beam. Personal. 2. 1. Nova. AAEE. Personal.
All right, just like Warrior Gamer went back into Priory, Taps is electing to go back into Rookery. Same here with United.
AAEE.
United, though, not spending time in the hub city. During the Winter Invitational last year, US Navy Esports really showcased how much a strategic use of downtime can affect your final score, right? They had 2 squads running back to back to back, which means they never needed to wait to teleport into the next dungeon, because while Team A was finishing, Team B was loading in. It was a finely tuned machine that they had going. Now, this time in 2025, with only 8 players on the eligible roster, that is no longer possible. But having your keys pre-made and in your bag so you can just zone out and zone back in, you know, you don't realize how much time that adds up to over the course of the next couple days. Getting some AAE love in chat. Let's take a look at where the DoD team is. They, it seems, have finished their first key. They, of course, in Group C started on an 8. Looks like they 3-chested, decided to head back into Priory, now on the 11. Interesting that neither team chose to start with Cinderbrew. Very frequently, there's one dungeon that everyone just agrees we don't want to deal with that first. We're going to wait. We're going to use some of these easier dungeons to warm up and go from there. But it's oh, Warrior Gamer. Are they zoning out? Did they finish? I blinked and I missed it. Did they finish their key?
Nova.
We can't take these early keys for granted. We have
2,
seen teams walk in with the
1.
wrong affixes. We've seen teams walk into the wrong dungeons. If you blink and you miss it, doesn't mean they got it.
Beam.
Okay, I think they did get it. I'm just being told. We, of course, have logs, which makes a big difference as well.
Of course.
Beam.
Guess what, everybody? I'm no longer alone on the desk. We had a wild super has snuck in here. How you doing? Oh, can he hear me? That's the question. He can hear me. Can we hear him? Maybe not. Maybe he can't hear me. We're going to find that out.
2, 1. Beam.
Right now. Does that work? Okay. Hear me?
I think it's me. I think I couldn't hear you, and I think we're good now.
Oh, okay.
All right, there we go. After all of that, see, this is what happens when I'm left to my own devices on the desk. It's just, there's too many buttons, too many places to go. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. How about you?
Personal.
I'm doing, you know what? I'm better
Personal.
now. Honestly, I'm better now. I was stressing out. I had to solo cast all by myself. I was so sad. I mean, I love chat, but it's a lot of talking to do on my own. I'm so
Personal.
glad
Yeah.
you're here. You're going to be here now all day. Are you ready? It's a long
Personal.
slog.
It's the Army's birthday. It's an AFDL. It's a great day.
Woohoo! It's a full weekend of
Personal.
reasons to celebrate, huh? Between the Army birthday and Father's Day.
Yep, and Father's Day. It's a great weekend. It's a whole
Personal.
thing. I'm not a father directly, but I do have 4 dogs, so it kind of counts.
Oh, are they going to get you a gift? That's the real question.
Personal.
Probably, yeah. They, I've been building up a lot of
Personal.
goodwill with them, so hopefully it's reciprocated.
All right. We'll have to find out. We'll get an update from you tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. Thank you so much for hopping on. You can see here we got 5 teams this weekend. That's the format change. We've condensed everything down to 2 days, which means, nobody has to log on a Friday, but that means we get more teams to cycle between, on the actual days themselves. 3 of our teams have chosen to start Priory.
Personal.
2 have chosen Rookery. Have you got any insight as to why no one's going Cinderbrew?
Cinderbrew is actually the hardest key this weekend. Not necessarily in the fact that it's like the hardest key. The hardest actual key is Priory, but Cinderbrew is the hardest key to 3 chest. There is a ridiculously tight timer, especially on that 12 and on that 15, because we're looking to push some 18s this weekend, and so we're trying to 3 chest the 15, and it's basically impossible. We've gotten it a couple times, but we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
Personal.
But I would expect that a lot of them are just trying to get some warm-up keys, and Rookery and Priory are both incredibly easy to 3 chest. So I think that it's probably that is the reason why everybody's running in there.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, of course, the U.S. Army esports team is in Group A, so you guys are going to be starting on the 12s. In fact, most of the A group teams are playing tomorrow. This is Crane today, who's starting at such a high key level.
2,
Everybody else is starting at the
1.
10s and 8s. How do you feel like starting,
Beam.
the starting key, how do you think that's going to affect the way that teams play throughout the weekend?
I think the starting higher is definitely a huge benefit, just not only in score, but also in mentality. I can tell you that last dungeon, the last AFDL, when we started at a 7, I know that like after I think we did 7, 10, 13, 15, and then we went into our next one. I can tell you that when we went from that 15 back down to that 7, it was definitely a little bit of descent into madness, just because, we're one-shotting absolutely everything, pulling every single pack onto the first boss, and just kind of going a little nuts. But yeah, starting at a higher key level, just from your mentality perspective, if you're able to push them, is definitely going to be a huge benefit.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see where we end up. I was talking about it before you came on. I wouldn't be surprised with the 5 hours of time that teams are given
Nova.
if we start to see some, 19s, maybe even into the 20s.
Beam.
Whether they get completed or not, I don't know. But technically, there is enough time.
There's definitely enough time. So we like did our little breakdown of what this is going to look like for the groups in Group A, and we're looking at like a 12 into a 15 into 18
Vortex.
or 17 into the 18 or 19. And there's definitely, because we had 14 runs last AFDL, so there's definitely enough time to run 4, maybe 5 of each key. So there's definitely enough time to do a 19. It's just going to be whether or not teams are capable of doing the 19s. I'm not going to give anything away about the Army Esports and what we're capable of, but we're pretty confident that we're gonna show out for this tournament. So.
Ooh, strong words. Well, this was the thing, back when the original AFDC events, the keys that were getting pushed, we were spending so much time with teams bashing their heads against the wall, but when those, oh my God, they got it moments happen, they're just so good. So we've been slowly trying to fine tune the formula and find a way to get some of that absolute insanity back. I'm really hoping that this is going to be it and we'll see some great stuff this weekend. Just taking a look at where we are in the quad right now. United has elected to go back in for another Rookery, and they have already got the first boss down, so working on their way to the Storm Guard. Ukraine still just clearing trash in that first section. But honestly, Warrior Gamer's making really good time in their keys. And Taps has been, flying through theirs as well.
Yeah, a lot of these things are pushing really, really fast. I'm keeping my eye closest on Ukraine, and they're already able to 3-chest that 12, and they're in the 15 right now on the first boss. Which, for them, they're going to be in the 17, looks like, pretty soon here.
Yeah, the 18 is a tough ask, I would say. It's doable, but it's risky. Just like you were talking about, you have the option, or sorry, let me specify. You do not have the option to deplete your key once you've completed it, but you do have the option to stall out finishing your key. And it's something that we've only seen done once or twice, I think, in AFDL history. As a matter of fact, is a team that just kind of stood around and go, nope, we don't want the 3-chest. We want the 2-chest on this one. We're just going to wait the extra 10 seconds to get it and then feel confident we can lock in those points on the next run. It's one of the factors that doesn't see a lot of play through an AFDL weekend, but it can affect the outcome. Do you think that any of these dungeons, or the 2 that we're in, let's be specific, not Cinderbrew, will have that option as the keys get a little bit higher? Or do you think teams are just going to be like, no, we're going speed. If we get it, we get it. If we don't, we don't. Where does that thought process of, okay, we need to consider locking in points come in?
So I don't really know about the other teams, because for us, we haven't hit a key level where we're like, oh, we're out of time, we can't do this. And so, like, I don't know, for us it might be a little bit differently, just because we have some insane DPS players and tank players and healer players this go around. Like, we have backups that could be our main players in other tournaments. And so
amazing.
I'll just say that, we haven't hit a level where we're like, oh, we need to stop because we can't do the next key level higher than this. We haven't hit a point in the, 17 where we're like, oh, we shouldn't +2 this. We can't get the 19 done. We haven't hit a key level where we are not able to. At the very least, we're not able to time it if we play perfectly. And we're pretty confident that come tournament time, everybody gets a little tournament buff. Everybody plays a little bit better come, the actual day. So we're pretty confident that we're not gonna have too many problems. Of course, now that I say that, I've probably jinxed ourselves, and Scoopin is yelling at me in his mic.
Everybody knows that the caster curse is real.
2,
We've got so
1.
much love for all of these teams in chat. Thank you so much,
Mm.
everybody, for tuning in. As always, came a little bit out of the blue this weekend, but we're happy to be here with you all. Which team do you want to focus on? We're going to get to watch Ukraine, I think, a little bit later because, they are going to be running the slightly higher keys. So we'll probably focus on them a little bit more in the later block. But of the teams that we have in the quad right now, who would you like to punch in on Super? I'm feeling go with the flow today. I'm leaving it up to people's choice.
I'm actually feeling the new team. I don't even know what that symbol is. It looks like a griffin that's on fire. But I'm assuming that that's the brand new Hothead Special Department of Dungeons. Is that what he called it, team?
Nova.
That is what he called it, yes. Let me bring this one out right here for you, and we'll throw it up full screen so that everybody gets to check out
Beam.
our newest squad on the AFDL block. I'm going to make sure we have the right game sound that belongs to them.
Right. They're in the 11 Priory right now, heading into that third boss room. Their percentage looks a little bit low, so I'm thinking that they're probably going to end up pulling the entire room, which is good if you're the Unholy DK.
There we go. Now we can hear what they've actually got going on.
All right. Interesting comp from them. This strikes me as a, little bit of a comfort pick from everybody. The Marksman Hunter and the Unholy DK are obviously really, really good right now. Haven't seen a lot of BM Hunters, though.
No, we've had some love for our wonderful bear tank in chat a little bit earlier. I'm always happy to see druids represented. Resto druid here, bear druid here. I'm happy. I'm content. This is my favorite POV. This team is now my favorite team. I don't know what else to tell you. They're running Resto Druid. I'm happy.
Wow, this team's already your favorite team. That's, I'm hurt. I'm hurt by that.
Hey, look, you break out the Resto Druid tomorrow and you will supersede them because you will be the most recent favorite. But right now, these guys they've just stepped up.
You're going to forsake the Coast Guard just like that? Oh, my God.
Oh, this is true. Coast Guard did send me a jersey. This is true. They're not
Ninetales
playing today, though. They also have a chance.
Ninetales and Foos are hurt by that, all right?
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. They'll have a chance to recover my love tomorrow.
It is funny, though, that Hothead decided to make his own little DOD team. We do have a couple of, familiar faces on new teams. I saw that Nightfall is competing in this tournament, too. He used to be on our team, and, he's competing with somebody else this go-around.
It's a great thing to see just how the community, has come together, We talk about the fact that the AFDL is about building connections and getting people, into other communities and finding other people to play with. And sometimes it do be like that. Oh, you used to be on one team, you're not anymore. Come play with us. You now have a new squad, right? So, as sad as it is, I'm sure, for the Army, I'm thinking that this is just a great outcome for the AFDL.
Oh, yeah, well, we love Nightfall. We hope the best for him. We hope that he does great with that team. And you're absolutely right. The military community is like that, just in general, right? So, we're doing an event next weekend, the Dungeon Dojo, also. And I was just posting a little welcome message in the Dungeon Dojo chat, and somebody immediately sent me a direct message on Discord, and they were like, hey, you're on the Army team? I want to join. And so I invited them to the Discord, and it turns out they're actually a retired veteran. And I was like, unfortunately, the Army Esports doesn't take veterans. We only take active duty, reserves, and National Guard. But I actually added him to the AFDL chat, and I think that he's trying to get in touch with one of the vet organizations so that he can play.
This is it.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. Stories like that are why we are here. Finally, it looks like DoD is going to make their way up to Prioris.
Yep, pulling some footmans in. They do explode when they die, so they need to ramp a little bit. It's only an 11, so it shouldn't be too bad, but you're going to see these footmen die and get a little group damage there.
Yep.
4, 3,
Stepmommy's doing a good job keeping everybody alive. Great name. Great name for a healer, I gotta say.
Great name for the rest of Druid, yep.
So I want to check, are both of these... No, one of them is Marksman, one of them is Beastmaster.
4,
Okay.
3, 2.
Yeah, if they were both marksmen, I would have to report them, because according to AFDL rules, you cannot comp
That's
stack.
it.
No.
That is it. You're allowed to class stack, but not spec stack. That's the rule.
Getting this done in a timely fashion. I can't see there it is. So they're 1 minute into this fight, so we're gonna have like about a 2-minute boss timer when they kill it, which means that they should be in range to 3-chest this. They have 1:30 left on the 3-chest timer. Gonna get the
They
shield.
still need some percent.
They do. Did they miss a pack in this room? I thought their percentage looked a little low going into this room. I think they had to pull all of it. Did they not pull all of it right away?
I confess, I wasn't watching the trash. I was enjoying the
I think
meme
they did
conversation.
pull all of it. I think they're going to have to go back into the first area to get their last remaining percentage. I think that this is a 2-chest.
That's my biggest concern here, is those small misplays in these early keys
2,
make a huge difference. Like going from the 11 into the 13 instead of into the 14, you're probably going to have to run another key, because realistically, are you going to, if you 2-chested the 11, are you going to 3-chest the 13 and get to the 16?
This was definitely in range of the 3-chest, so they definitely could have gotten it. I wonder what they missed. Oh, they did have one more pack in this room, so they needed to pull a little bit. They might still get it here. They have 20 seconds. They only need to kill 2 of these mobs. So if they focus the priests, they should be good.
15 seconds.
It's going to be close.
Their health is melting. There's a lot of AoE damage, but with only 8 seconds left, they still have a percentage point. They got 0.3% right there, but that's not enough. Oh, and it's gonna be a 2-chest. They still need 0.52%, and another mob has to die. There it is. That's the key.
That is an easy blame the tank right there. All right.
Oof.
This is the part. This is the part on live
rough.
chat where you just start typing "nice route," ... and all that kind of stuff. You know?
Yeah, that's so sad, but so true. Ooh, we're gonna get a Cinderbrew. Warrior Gamer, they're moving on. They're 10 Cinderbrew, it looks like they've chosen.
I am so excited to see how many of these big boys they pull.
There's a lot of great potential for big ones.
What is the names of these big? They pulled Chef in too. Sheesh. Well, I guess it is a 10. They're slamming the whole room.
They're just ready to cast some spells. Give me some sparkles. Give me some big numbers. You can't even see the big numbers because there's so many health bars in the way.
Oh, I'm looking at the big numbers. Those are some large numbers. It looks like the druid is close to 30 mil right now on this pack. Oh yeah, he's over 30 mil. He's at 32 mil. What a beast. That Boomy just spamming Starfall like nobody's business.
Let's take a look-see here at our lovely Warrior Gamer POV. Do they have their sound turned on? They do. Here it is.
Pulling into boss. This is efficiency right here. Just 2 pulls into the boss.
But you have to be efficient in these lower keys, right? I mean, you can't afford to make mistakes this early. And when you know you've got the damage and you've got the survivability, just do it. Look, they're pulling even more.
Yep. I mean, it's like I said, this is the hardest chest this week, 2-3 chest. Like, there is just no time at all. Like, you can see the timer right now. You have to do this dungeon in under 18 minutes. And just the amount of running takes so long that you basically have to do this and the IPA room in 2 to 3 pulls. Just because, like, you can't pull all into one later. And then there's that Yes Men pack at the end that you can't pull with anything other than the one pack outside the window. There's a lot of barriers in this dungeon that slow you down. And so being able to pull this room in 2 is just crazy. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it on the 12. We'll have to see next key.
Yeah, of course. Warrior Gamer
Or I guess if they
currently
get the
in
3 chest, they'll
Group
do it on the
B.
3. 13, right? Yeah.
Yes. If they get the 3 chests, they'll do it on the 13. But I'm looking at this. Warrior Gamers in Group B with TAPS, Coast Guard, and AAE Esport, who I think AAE and Coast Guard are both playing tomorrow. TAPS is, of course, playing today. So oh, they're going left. Okay.
Yeah, we discovered this also in the lower keys, that a lot of the times you'll see teams going right first. They'll do like the first couple of pulls to the right, and they'll come back for the lust timing. But in the lower keys, you're not going to have enough lust time anyway. So you basically have 2 choices. Do you pull the entire right side without lust and then have lust for the left side, or do you pull the left side and then have lust for the right side? So it looks like they're opting for the second version of that, and they're going to have lust for Bank Busby, or maybe they're even going to save it for the very last boss, but you're only going to get 2 lusts in this dungeon.
Yeah, it's just such a short timer.
Yeah, 19 minutes. Literally, there's no way to get a third lust.
You physically cannot fit more.
Yeah, if you're trying to 3 chest. If you're trying to 2 chest, then you definitely get 3.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Warrior Gamer performs this week. If I recall correctly, during spring, they had some roster issues that meant they weren't able to bring their full force. And they performed, they performed well with 15s across the board, but not quite as strong a performance as we have historically seen from them. So today could be a return to form, and I'm really hoping that this goes well for them. I mean, the Group A and Group B difference is so close. It's so close. Coast Guard, who would drop down into Group B at the end of spring, they had 15s across the board as well, right? It just was tiebreakers.
Yeah, it definitely is. And to your point, like, if you look at the scoreboard, Coast Guard is in Group B, but TAPS also would have beaten the Coast Guard on the point value.
Yeah.
And so they also are right on the edge of being in Group A. So you got Warrior GMR, who a little bit underperformed. You got Coast Guard and TAPS, all capable of doing Group A stuff, and they're sitting in Group B, all of them looking to get back up there.
Yeah, it's I'm quite excited for the outcome of that group, because there is just so much upset potential no matter what you do. Unfortunately, with Air Force Gaming forfeiting their match this weekend, they will be dropping down to Group B. There's simply no contest. So the question now, with Army Esports, Ukrainian WoW, and Goats and Glory being safe in Group A, is will their performance match up with the team that promotes? As you rightly just mentioned, if it had come down to the scoreline within Group B, Coast Guard was 15s across the board, Warrior Gamer was 15s across the board, TAPS was 14, 15, 16, which edged them out with their highest key. So any of these teams could just as well be in Group A, and I think Air Force is going to have a tough time in the fall.
This split on the meadery is just blazing. They got Brewmaster done in 2:41. They're about to get IPA done in under 7 minutes. They are very solidly in 3 chest range.
I thoroughly enjoy the clever pun of this elemental's name. Is it absolutely basic? Yes. Is it
took
great?
me so long to realize it, too. I was calling him Ipa for like like literally 2 months after the patch came out, and then it finally dawned on me.
It's like, oh, yeah, it's a type.
We're
it's
in
a
a
type of
brewery.
alcoholic beverage. Yeah.
Oh.
2,
Well done.
1.
Well done.
Well,
Love
we
the
don't
tank
glorify
POV.
alcohol in the army, so that's my excuse. All right, I don't know nothing about no alcohol.
I don't drink, and I still got the joke, so I don't know if that excuse is gonna fly. Tank POV just straight down, looking at the floor for a little while. Tool's doing really good. Danny's doing really good. Moonme's doing really good.
Yeah, they're just cruising along. No need to go double harvester. No need to rush at this point. You got plenty of time for the 3 chest.
Yeah.
Nice safe pulls.
No
These
back.
are standard live pulls. So.
Beam.
Bacoldi says this makes me want to run keys. Doesn't it just? Doesn't it just? It's the number one thing that I find anytime we run an AFDL event. It's like whatever game we've just done, I need to play it now for the next several months. And then we switch games, and then I have to switch games, and it just makes you want to play.
Yeah. And sometimes playing way too many keys makes you want to, I don't know, leave the group and immediately both of your tank and your healer goes and plays Marvel Rivals for another 4 minutes, 45 minutes.
You know, sometimes it just be that way.
2, 1.
One. All right, finally making their way to the Buzz Bee.
Bank Busby. Not a lot you can do with this boss.
No.
The final stings on the little bees that spawn during the boss are a little bit dangerous. Shouldn't be too dangerous on the 10, but you definitely can't pull a whole lot into this boss. This pack you can kind of pull into the boss, but you really want to have Lust with it, and they still have a minute on their Lust timer. But it is a 10,
Well, they've
so they might
chosen
just
to do it anyway.
Yep. We don't respect 10s here.
Personal.
Gosh, Danny's health bar, just that constant bounce as they pulled the boss stresses me out all the time. Of course, Rosie historically has been a fantastic healer for this team. So,
Personal.
If the ramp
managed
is
to keep
real, somebody
everybody
needs to
topped
kick this
off.
Wrangler, or the DK needs to grip it in. Oh, the Bestial Wrath going off.
not what you want to see.
Personal.
Yeah, this boss
You
is
could do
pretty
that kinda-
straightforward.
Yeah, this boss is straightforward. And you could do that kind of stuff, miss those kicks on the 10, and it's no big deal. Once you get into, like, the 17s or 18s, that Bestial Wrath
No
goes
problem.
off, and your tank is panicking, and,
Personal.
calling reset and all this stuff, all that happened was one Bestial Wrath went off.
You know, all that happened was the DPS didn't do their job, and now the tank wants to quit. What can you do?
Hey,
Tanks these days.
the DPS did their job just in the other direction, all right?
Personal.
I love how engaged everybody is. It's so good to see familiar faces in chat. And here we go. They got to ride the beeline.
Taking the beeline. Which is so
Up to
funny
the top.
because these bees definitely do not take a beeline. They fly all over the place.
No,
before
they pick
going to
the
their
longest
destination.
path possible
Yep,
just to fly
I'm
around.
calling BS on the beeline name.
I knew you were about to say that, and I'm sad, but also I love it. Goldie Baronbottom is a great name for, especially for a goblin, I have to say. But the thing that I love most is that bee flight path only existed so that there was enough time for her to deliver the dialogue. That was it. That was the only function. And there was clearly no other game design way that she could have said the line at any other point. It had to be right then as you were flying.
Well, you know that the developer was making the joke about the beelines. He's like, I'm going to make this take as long as possible.
Absolutely.
I'm going to make sure that out of all of the RP this whole season, this is the longest.
So funny. Sir has gone down.
Yep, no more trash
You
needed.
may have
Lust is
gotten
up.
my
This boss is
employee.
going to take like a minute 10. This boss is about to get absolutely destroyed.
Here comes the nuke. You know what this fight reminds me of?
Personal.
What was the BFA dungeon where you had to fight Cinderella, whose name isn't Cinderella, it's something else? And you're in that tiny little room when you're trying to escape the jail, and you have to move the barrels around.
Oh, was it? Was that
Personal.
that wasn't the ship one, right?
No, not the ship one, where you go break someone out of jail and then you get caught.
Yeah, wasn't that Toldegor? Yeah.
Yes. Toldegor, that's it. I couldn't remember the name. But this fight reminds me of that one a lot, just with a lot more room. This is going to be a nice, easy 3 shot. Look at that timer. They have so much time. It's so deceptive in these low keys. We love it.
This dungeon layout also reminds me of Stone Vault a lot.
I can agree with that.
Personal.
It's literally the exact same layout as Stone Vault, except for it's smaller.
What? Reusing assets? No game developer has ever done that before.
Personal.
Yeah, it'd be crazy.
And there it is.
Easily.
The 10
yeah,
completed.
easily securing that 3 chest.
Let's see where everybody is now. Taps is... okay. Taps is just working on their Rookery here. I saw the minecart rails, and my brain thought, have they gone to Dark Flame? But no. All is well. Crisis averted. They're still working on some Rookery progress. Getting that 16 done. That might be one for us to check in on. See what we can get going here with it.
Wait, did you say you thought they were going to Dark Flame?
Yeah, because when we came back to the quad, all I saw was the tracks. And I just none of the birds were on screen, right? So I saw the tracks, I saw the voidlings, and I went, wait. But no, we're
unfortunately,
we're good.
there is Flame Cleft.
Not this
We
time.
had that last.
We had enough
we
of
had
the
that last
darkness.
key. Yeah.
We did.
No more.
did,
No
we
more
did.
old wax beard.
Now, this is the 16 getting knocked out of the way by Taps. So the first team to have completed a key at this level, they are clearly going for the let's push 1 key strat. You've seen before, there tend to be 2 different ways of thinking about this. Either you set yourself a threshold and you go, I'm going to get everything to, say a 13. And then I'm going to go back and choose what I think can be the most efficient push. Or other teams go, no, I just want to max out 1 key, reset, and go.
Personal.
I wonder
No.
whether we'll see them come back. This looks like it will be a 2 chest on the 16, given how much health the boss has left and how much time is there as well. Let's just zoom in on this a little bit. I would think this is going to be a 2 chest with 5 minutes left on the clock. They had only 1 death. I don't know if they come back for the 18, though.
I don't know. Because we did the 15. This boss takes forever. You have to either 2 or 3 phase it. And so if you 3 phase it, this boss just naturally is going to take like 4 minutes, just straight up. And so if they aren't able to 2 phase it, that's what we're looking for, right? If they're able to 2 phase it, they're easily going to get the 2 chests. They're going to have like 2 minutes left on the timer. But if they miss that second burn and they go to the third burn, this might be close. Like they'll still have a chance to 2 chest it, but it'll be like, oh, 2 people dead as well.
Oh no,
people,
that's
4
gonna be
people
a
dead.
wipe. And with
Yep, so
that,
now
there's
is gonna
only
be the-
3 minutes.
Yep, so they're definitely
not
not 2
moving.
chesting it now. So now the question is going to come, were they planning on 2 chesting it? In which case, they might reset here, or are they good with doing the 16, 17, 18 and just running back to the boss? And it looks like it's going to be that one. They're going to be ending up going back to the boss, doing the 16, 17, and then pushing the 18 if they want to the 18.
Yeah, it's such a
Personal.
tough call when you're this far into a run. For everybody who is tuning in and is new to the AFDL, let me just catch you up on how this format works a little bit. Teams
do.
are given 3 dungeons over the course
Personal.
of the weekend to compete, and it is a push style event, so they're trying to get the highest key possible, but time becomes a factor once you get into the actual tiebreaker. So if you get 3 15s and another team has 3 15s, but you completed your 3 with 2 seconds extra time, well, good for you. You now eke out the win on that. So teams have a couple of things they can do to try and prevent those tiebreaker scenarios. We do not allow teams to deplete keys, but you can stall your key or reset your key at any time. So what Super was just alluding to was this idea that if Taps feels confident that the 18 is well within their capabilities, they may be better off taking the 20-minute loss of this dungeon, leaving, resetting, and going in for the 16-18, as compared to having to complete the 16, then the 17, then the 18, which is functionally going to take you, about the same amount of time, and it's going to purely come down to your practice and how quickly you know you can fight. The fact that Taps has decided to go and just guarantee themselves the 16, I think is a point in favor of my idea that we're going to see them move on to another dungeon after this. I think any dungeon where you get a 5-man wipe like that, you need some mental reset time.
Yeah, for sure. So I would expect them to not run into the 17 because, I'm not, I obviously haven't talked to the Taps team here, but if I had to guess, I would say that they were planning on 2-chesting the 16 and going into the 18. And so I don't think that from a mentality perspective, you want to run right into the 17. I think you take a mental break. You go over, go over and do one of the Cinderbrews or the Priories, and then come back to this. Just because, you're running a key at that point that you weren't planning on running. Everybody's upset from the wipe. I think you just go back and stick to the plan. Go over in one of the other dungeons and get back on track.
2.
Yep. Now, there are 2 battle reses available. In the previous run, it interests me, we saw 2 people go down, but the rest of the team followed so quickly afterwards. I wish I had an instant replay to find out whether they were like, oh no, they're dead, just wipe, or, whether there just wasn't time to battle res, or what exactly caused that issue. But right now, with 6 deaths on the clock, they have 5 minutes remaining. The boss's health is currently sitting at just over 60%.
I think that they had 2 or 3 crushers up, and I think that somebody just got double tapped by the crusher leaps when the AOE was going off.
Nova.
But I'm not sure. They also have a bird in this pack. Oh no, wait, that's the RP bird. Just kidding. that's the bird that drops the blue circles.
Yeah.
I was like, how did they snap a Void Rider down here?
It's like, that's some interesting tech that we've not seen, but no. No, this is working as intended.
Yeah, they are currently in that second burn phase. It looks like they're planning on a 3-phase burn, and so even if they hadn't wiped earlier, this would have been really close on their 2-chest timer. So maybe they were just planning on 1-chesting this and just doing it with, right next to the 2-chest timer.
That is some risky positioning right there, trusting that you have enough space when that puddle grows up. Look at how closely stacked that is.
So fun fact, the puddles cannot kill a DK, but the invisible blue circles under the puddles can kill a DK. As you can see, he's just running into that puddle, does not care. But maybe one of our team players learned during practice that just because you're standing in the puddle and you're fine, there are blue swirlies underneath that puddle, and you cannot see them at all.
No, certain abilities do in fact sit on top of other abilities. That is an interesting fact of how graphics render. Gotta say.
Well, DKs are no strangers to that. Everything is underneath Defile.
That's a fair counterpoint. All right, looks like the Voidstone Monstrosity is going to go down very quickly here, sitting at just 9% health. They're trying to get through this last turnover.
They missed the third burn, though.
Ooh,
It looks like they're doing a
yeah.
fourth burn.
I think that shield is finally disappearing. There we go. And now the boss's health can actually progress on its way towards 0. They do have the percent as well, which means that is the key. Keep an eye on where they head off to.
2.
Oh yeah,
1.
if I had to guess, I would say they're going to go Priory or Cinderbrew. Take a little mental break from this. Unless one chesting was their plan all along, then you might see them run back into the 17.
I would agree with that. It looks like United may have just finished a key as well. We will get that verified.
What do we got? We got 13 Brew and a 12 Rookery going on. Ukraine and Warrior Gamer. That means that Ukraine must have finished their last dungeon and they're pushing up the Rookery now.
Nova.
Yes.
Personal.
DoD still working on that 13 Priory, making their way back up to the Priestess. This time, are they going to have enough percentage? That's the question we need to ask.
What did we watch them do last time? Was it a 11?
Yes.
Okay.
It was. And they missed the 3 chest. And
yeah,
it was
so
a
they
sad,
2-chested the
sad
7,
time.
2-chested the 9, 2-chested the 11. And now they're the 13. Also looking like it could be a 2-chest time. Got 4 minutes.
I just want to watch. 98, they still have a couple more mobs to kill.
I love how Hothead has not cleaned off his plater at all.
Nova.
Look at this.
So,
once again, they're pulling the Prioress with 2%.
2. 1.
Yeah. People will say that's a tank route problem.
Personal.
Well, here's the thing. It's different than their last run because beforehand they were at, I believe, 98.45. This time they're at 0.85. So something changed, but not enough. And
yeah, I think the last time they
3
needed 3 priests. This time they'll need 2.
I'm just concerned that with 3 minutes left, I mean, the Prioress's health is melting. She, of course, has her little RP as she runs up the stairs and gets herself into position to megalomaniac laser everybody. But it's close, and
let's do some quick maths. All right, so they have her at 50%, and it has been about a minute in the boss. They still have lust, so they probably do the second 50% in less time than that. So this is looking like a 2-minute boss fight. So they're going to have a minute 30 left to kill the last trash-ish. Less time
minute
if
30 is better.
Hunter goes down. Hunter goes down.
They only had, what, 40 seconds previously?
Yeah, I think they had 40
the
seconds last time.
Thank goodness.
A
minute 30 is enough.
Yeah, it's going to be a very similar time, though, just because of the death there.
Yeah, 3 deaths on the clock as well, so that's already 15 seconds that they've lost.
Beam.
Lust rolling.
That's getting a little bit low. Thank goodness.
Pro safety tip at home, you can move the boss to the back of this platform and just never have to deal with those ads, guys.
Wow, I was stressed out on behalf of this team. But the rest of Druid has everything under control. Jeez, Hothead's health got so low. Yeah. 1 minute 25. So yeah, you're right. They're gonna have an easy minute.
10. Yeah.
Now the question is it the same pack? Did they
Yeah, it's gotta
forget
be.
the same
so-
pack?
I've seen that plan be used on live. The let's kill the 1 or 2 priests from this pack after the boss. I've seen this be pulled on live. Although it looks like they're confused.
No, they're not there. That pack
It
they
looks like
pulled
maybe
last
this
time
wasn't
is
the
not
plan.
there. They have to run all the way back. DOD,
Oh, no.
this is not what we wanted to see from you. By the time they find a pack, they're only going to
So
have
one
30
chest.
seconds left. It's
So-
going to be
so-
another key. That's
So-
a chest lower than it should be.
So,
No!
so one chest is good. All right. Because there's no packs in this room either, because you have to full clear this room. Like,
Oh my
yeah.
God, this
Nova.
is really just the camera shake right there. You can feel the oh my God from Hothead.
Find the closest light spawn and kill it.
Is it
gonna be the
all
one
the
to
way
the-
out in the front?
No, there's one to the left in this little cubby. Yep, there it is.
Oh. Is that enough?
Yes, yes.
Is
The light
that
spawn itself,
enough? Okay,
just
good.
the light spawn is worth 18 points, so they might not even need to kill the light spawn. It might just be the footmen. The footmen are worth what? 6? I think both footmen are worth enough.
I don't know. But I'm just
Oh yeah, there's a knight in there. The knight is definitely done.
99.1.
Yeah, the footmen are worth 3, so they
Another
need to
one.
kill either the knight or the light spawn. So once they kill this knight, it'll be over. And the light spawn is about to pop and die, so that'll be enough.
There it is. Not the chest they wanted. But they're going to be going into a 14 Priory.
28 seconds over time. It is unfortunate.
That's
What's
just
crazier is that they had,
crippling.
what, 4 deaths in that run? 2 of those deaths, and they would have made that timer anyway.
Oh, that is even more unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's an excellent point, though. You cannot afford to misplay anything. I would argue, that over the course of the AFDL's history, more issues and more
Personal.
variance in score has occurred because of problems in the first 2 to 3 keys run in a day than failing the final key of the weekend. I have no data to back this up to hand, but the number of times we've seen someone walk in, it's the first couple keys of the day, and they're like, oh, I have the wrong affix on, or, oh, I've not gotten the chest that I wanted because we had some deaths. We were just kind of loosey-gooseying our way into the start of play. It could be more devastating than, having to rerun a 15 at the end of the day.
It definitely is. The AFDL's format in
Personal.
general, just because of the levels at which we start the keys, it definitely...
Vortex.
Efficiency is the absolute most important thing. So, like, you
Mhm.
mentioned earlier that there might be 20s or 21s done today, but there were 20s and 21s done in the MDI when they had the entire day starting at a key level 18. The highest group is starting at a 12. So already we have to complete 2 keys just to get to the level that MDI started at. So I highly doubt that there's going to be any 20s or 21s done just because there's no time for it. You're going to have 1 attempt at it, maybe. And so,
I have
like,
faith that
efficiency
someone
gets-
will time an 18
Nova.
well, I think
or
somebody will time
time
an
a
18.
19.
Personal.
I think somebody will time an 18 or a 19. It's just that getting those 18s and 19s done to even get the 20 in the bag it's going to take your entire time just to do that.
Look, all we have to do for my prediction to come true, Super, someone has to walk into a 20. That's it. That's all that has to happen. They don't have to complete it. They don't have to even touch the first boss. They walk into the 20, and I have, absolutely been proven prophetic. So I'm not too concerned. I'm not too concerned. I have hope. I have faith. I believe.
Well, I will tell you what, Marielia. If the USAE tomorrow is able to +1 the 19 Rookery, we will walk into the 20 and walk out for you. All right.
2,
Oh, you know what?
1.
I'm holding you to that. I believe in you
No.
guys. If you do that, you might just take my favorite spot. My favorite team spot. You might get it. You might get it. Warrior Gamer's still the only team working on Cinderbrew. So they've done Priory and Cinderbrew. They've chosen to do Rookery last. I wonder what it is that they don't like about Rookery.
I think the opposite. I think they probably like Rookery a lot, and so they want to leave it for last. That way it's fresh in their minds when they're ready to push it. This is always the conversation that we have at USAE, is do we want to start with the hardest key, or do we want to end with the hardest key? Because there's a lot to be said about starting building confidence on your easy key, your quote-unquote push key, you know? So, like, I'll give a little bit away, because it's very, very obvious to people in the know that Priory and Cinderbrew are significantly harder than Rookery, right? So Rookery is probably the easiest key this weekend, right? And so do you start in Rookery, build up that early confidence, get rolling into your hard keys, or do you save Rookery for last, knowing that when you're going into your hard keys, you want to go into Rookery first? And so it's like, do you start Cinderbrew, Priory, Rookery, knowing that your next step is Rookery, or do you go Rookery, Cinderbrew, Priory, knowing that your next step is Rookery? And so there's a lot to be said about building confidence, but then there's also a lot to be said of when you start pushing, you want what you're pushing to be fresh in your mind.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I think there's also an element there of, you know,
2,
especially when you get
1.
into the later options, if you feel confident that Rookery is the easy dungeon, you're going to be getting high keys, it can also be a little bit of a mental break. So if you don't perform as well as you expect on one dungeon and suddenly you're bashing your head against the wall and you guys are like, we just need a break, we need a win right now, you can transition over. And I think there's something to be said for saving a couple of easy keys for that inevitability, because the timer is so short.
Yeah, especially in this dungeon pool, where Priory and Cinderbrew are just so unforgiving because of like the skips and the giant Priory pulls that you need to do in order to time this key where you want to time the key. So like, if you're going into a Cinderbrew 15 and then you mess up the Hobgoblin skip, that is just so heartbreaking, and you do not want to hit reset, but you need to hit reset because now your timer is messed up, right? You're not going to 2-chest, now you're going to 1-chest, and you're going to have to do another dungeon anyway if you 1-chest it, so you might as well reset and try to get the Hobgoblin pack right, you know?
Yeah, I love the format. I know that there was some debate about, okay, do we want to have, you know, the 5-hour regulation timer? Do we want to mess with that? Do we want to give teams more time? And it's always a constant balance, you know, as patch changes come through about where do we want to start? How much time do we want to give everybody? But I think the unique challenge that being limited to 5 hours of play gives you is that there's so much more strategy and, like you said, efficiency required to separate the good teams from the bad teams. Given enough time, more teams can push the higher keys. Absolutely. The question is, which teams can do it on their first, second, maybe third try and just lock it in earlier?
Yep. Efficiency is definitely the name of the game in AFDL. Like, we have players in title range on USAE. You know, like, we have players who are doing 19s and 20s on live, you know, but we do not have time to push those keys when we only have 5 hours and need to do it on the very first try, you know.
Yeah, it changes the way you need to think about how you play, which is my favorite part. You know, we always strive to have something interesting and unique going on. United XP has made their way into Cinderbrew. They're our second team to do so. Working on the 8 down in Group C right now is United XP. So they have some of these earlier keys. One thing to note, though, that I think we've not touched on yet is the groups that start on the 8s and 10s, they have affix changes to deal with. Whereas Group A is starting on the higher key, but the affixes remain the same. There's no pulsar. You just lock in and go. So I wonder how teams feel about rebalancing in that sense. Like, yeah, okay, you get the easier key, mobs die faster, but then you have to do a mental readjustment once you hit that changeover threshold.
Indeed. What do we want to look at here?
So I'm just thinking. Everyone's kind of in a good spot right now to give us a decent spread. I'm trying to find
Taps is in the
Ukrainian
10
POV's
Priory.
dungeon timer.
It's in the bottom right. It's that weird dungeon timer though, where like it shows separate
Oh,
timers
that's right.
for the
It's been
keys.
moved. That's right. Meanwhile, let's just. Oop, that's not the DoD POV.
No, that was magenta.
Yeah. There we
should
go.
hop in and
Let's
watch
try. Now, you want to watch Ukraine?
I do want to watch Ukraine.
We-
They got the 15 Rookery
We
going
can
on.
watch
I wanna see
Ukraine.
that.
They do. They do. This is an excellent point. Let's
We got to see
cycle
if they're going to
through.
three
Let's
chest or
find
two chest it,
ourselves-
you know? Do they want to hop into the 18 Rookery or do they want to hop into the 17 Rookery? It's a real, you know?
That's an excellent
Nova.
point, and they are starting to make some good progress on this dungeon. So let's hop over.
Personal.
There it is. Do we have
Beam.
this team's audio?
We do have the absolute insane
Tempest.
scrolling battle text tracker where he's, you know, it's very important if you're an Ellie shaman to know just how much your Earth Shock did and have it scroll on the right side of your screen. It's incredibly important for your confidence.
This UI has so much to love and so much to hate that I just think it's a net win.
Crush reality.
My biggest pet peeve about everybody's UI, right? And I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, you have this overlapping with this. Like, I get it, right? There's a million different weak cores in the game, but there are so many easy ways to make all of your texts the same font. And this has
Yes!
what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different fonts that I'm not even looking at all of them. There's 5 different fonts just at a glance.
Oh no, there's more than that, because the font in the player names is different than the font in the player names in the damage meters, which is different than the mythic timer, which is different than the scrolling text, which is different than the
Tempest.
character bars in the top left.
I love how he's running just every single one of the like weak auras that's like, it's a phone call, it's a bubble popping, focus, target, interrupt.
Everything you could
frontal.
possibly ever need to know is on this UI.
Oh man.
And I
It
love that he
reminds
also
me of,
shows all of the buffs.
Oh yeah.
You know how you have that option to just choose, like, okay, only show me like the ones that are relevant? No, he needs to know everything that's happening to his character at every moment, and I'm okay with this. More knowledge is always a win. Khadgar would be proud.
It reminds me of Venruki's PvP video that he mentioned about how like PvP is getting way too complicated, and you need like all of the Mez weak auras, because when enough bells and whistles and air horns are going off, you'll know what you need to do. Like,
It's insane.
Void crush.
did you die to a frontal? You get an air horn, and you'll never die to it again. Frontal. Bwah, 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 bwah.
Instability.
Frontal.
Tempest.
I've
The
not
lightsaber
mastered
going
the
off.
weak aura lady voice. I know. One of my favorite things to do
Tempest.
is when people have a voice that I can copy just to mess with them. So like there was one week or a way back, I forget. But if we were in raid, I would be able to just say the sound and people would run because they would think there was an ability coming.
Oh, yeah.
And it was so worth
The old DBM, run away, little girl.
run away. You know, and if you're good enough with your tech setup, you know, you can like play the sounds through your mic into party chat, and then people are like, "Oh my god, no, we have to." Nope, it's not that time. You weren't actually paying
Oh my
attention to the
God.
mechanics. Yeah, I'm that kind of troll.
You got a soundboard.
Void crush.
It's a good time.
Pulling this right pack first, that way the boss spawns, and then you pull the left pack while you're waiting for it to
Tempest.
spawn. This
RP
is smart for
management.
Ukraine. It does make me laugh though how complicated people's UIs have gotten based on them just being stupidly good players. Like, we were watching one of the mages that's in this tournament. I think that they're in this tournament, but one of the mages was streaming, and we were watching him, and he clicks his blink, like, with his mouse. He goes over to his blink, and he clicks on it. And we were, like, making fun of him, and then we looked up his IO, and he's, like, a title, freaking, he's got, like, all 20s done, and we're just like, how is this guy that good? And he's clicking on blink. It's just crazy.
You
how,
know
like,
what?
You know, player skill
There's
can just
so many
outweigh-
ways to play the game. Yeah, absolutely. The mage was skeezy. Aowen knows. Aowen has the knowledge for us in chat.
Void extraction.
Skeezy's going to be back for later keys, I believe. I think they're swapping in and out.
Void crush.
I saw him on Tournament Realm earlier, at least, so.
Tempest. Void extraction.
killing this.
Now we
Gonna
have
run
to
into
play the
boss.
game. We have to play the game where we identify which trigger is which sound. And I think the lightsaber currently is the one to figure out. You know, like we used to try and figure out when Ninetales had the cat, what was triggering it.
Tempest.
I think that the lightsaber means that there's an AoE that you need to pop a defensive for. I'm not sure though.
See, but then it wouldn't have gone off just then when he needed to leave and not stand in the circle. Here's the shield.
Oh, you think it's a you're standing and stuff?
I think it could be.
Crush.
The phone call is definitely an offensive.
No.
cooldown.
We just heard it again, so it wasn't that. Maybe it's tied to one of his abilities?
Tempest.
Gosh.
This is a newcomer friendly stream, by the way, and we just have 30 different sounds going off constantly.
Tempest.
Yeah.
Like, I just imagine being
Yeah.
new to the game and thinking, what does that round bell from a boxing match going off mean?
Well, the good news is, if you don't know, we don't know either. So we're all in the same boat.
Shield's about to go down. Let's hear what his burn phase one is. That's
Yeah,
the bell.
see, I think it's the bells.
Yep.
Same as the last time.
Tempest.
There was the lightsaber again. It's got to be tied to one of his abilities. It happens at such random moments.
Instability.
This is World of Warcraft.
Blaze
ladies and
Dragons,
gentlemen.
so many sounds.
Welcome
Yeah.
welcome to current WoW.
Shell.
Oh, man.
Oblivion wave.
And it's crazy because
Okay,
like
so-
he's playing out of his
That
mind
was it.
right now. Like he's topping damage.
He's
like, He's got the top
pumping.
overall. He's on an Ellie shaman that shouldn't even be
Tempest.
doing that. Like he's going nuts right now, and he's playing with just just a freaking. Oh man.
Tempest. One.
It's beautiful. It's truly beautiful. It looks like when his earthquake lights up, it goes off. See, I'm trying to figure out if it's earthquake or if it's I don't know the names of all the shaman abilities, or if it's the shield one.
See, my question always, though, somebody in chat said that the phone is Ascendance, maybe. My question is always, does the phone ring to let you know to pop Ascendance? Or is the phone ringing because you popped Ascendance? Because the second
Oh,
one
that's
doesn't
a
make any
good
sense.
point.
Tempest.
That's a good
Like-
point.
Like, our mage has a weak aura that plays some K-pop music every single time he gets lust. And, like, that makes sense to me because he can get a lust proc at a random time sometimes. And so he needs to know when he has lust up. But, like, you know, does Ascendance proc? Is that a thing on Ellie Shaman? I thought it was a button you click. Like, would you ever need a weak aura for Ascendance? Does Ascendance proc? I don't know anything about Shamans.
Tempest.
So, Coldy says, I use DBM, the lightsaber I use for heal crits on my Resto Shaman, but also thinks it could be Tempest. But I think the one that says Tempest is for Tempest. I would have to
Well, so-
guess.
Well, so I just answered my own question because he just got Ascendance for 4 seconds.
Okay.
So there definitely is something on Shaman that procs Ascendance, and that's what the phone is. The phone is definitely Ascendance because he got a proc and it rang. And now I know a little bit more about shaman.
See, we learn things here. The AFDL is educational.
Mm-hmm.
Void extraction.
Blazing Dragon, if you're going to have a UI like that, you either better top the meters or be at the bottom. It's like, yeah, fair.
Instability.
Very fair.
Did they?
Now, the
did they get
question
the free
is,
chest?
where are they going? They got it. Let's go back. Let me just hide DOD. Let's bring
'Cause
Ukraine
they still
back
had
into
some
this lower
trash to
slide.
kill.
Tempest. Void
They're
extraction.
killing some trash now.
Yeah, okay, so they're gonna two chest it. They got a minute left to two chest it, so they're gonna go back into the 17 possibly.
Unleash darkness. Tempest.
Yeah. Doesn't Ascendance change the shaman's form?
It does indeed, yeah. It makes them look like
That's,
a whatever, like an
Tempest.
elemental thing, you know.
that's a good idea. Terry 3310 says the commentary is really wicked. Look, we're all just here trying to figure out what these teams are doing in these early keys. Oh, when he gets enough Maelstrom to use Earthquake. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. This will be our running question. The lightsaber on Ukrainians' primary POV.
Yep, lightsaber on the phone. We gotta know. We gotta know what the lightsaber on the phone mean.
If you're watching this, don't tell us.
My bet is Ascendance for the phone, and I have no idea. What
Part
the
of me
lightsaber
wants to
means.
run a prediction, and then we could. But then if I run a prediction, I can't run any other predictions because Twitch doesn't let you run multiple predictions, and it's sad.
Sir Toasty brings up a great point. Could you imagine if we were accidentally playing United's audio and trying to figure out what was going on?
You know what? I'm just gonna. No, we're good. It was Ukraine. You know what? It's just stressing me out. I'm gonna make sure I check that. But it was in
Like something
fact
completely
Ukraine's
different.
audio. Hey, I've done that before. Can't say it hasn't happened. Warrior Gamer making their way through the 10 Rookery as we expected, just slowly chunking on through. Taps, they're now on their 13. Ooh, they're on their 13 Priory.
Yeah.
This could be interesting. Are they
It
going to
could.
two chest it? Or are they
They
going to
should.
get stuck with the one chest like DOD
I'm-
did?
You know, I'm not going to predict anymore, because, I thought that they were going to three chest last time, right? Or I thought DOD was going to three chest it, and then I was mistaken, so. We'll see if they get caught.
5,
DOD elected to go into Cinderbrew after their Priory, shenaniganery. And they're now on the 11, so they've already completed their first one. Not doing the crazy big pull like we saw from Warrior Gamer earlier, but making good progress through this first room. Okay.
We got Rookery,
I
Cinder.
have an unrelated but yet very important thing to announce. Super unrelated, and that is that United XP
Target.
are currently
Erupting
running
volcano.
coordinated transmogs,
Flames. Tempest.
and I love them for it.
What does coordinated transmogs mean?
Tempest. Boiling flames.
They're all purple. Like their outfits match. They have team outfits on their characters.
What's a
It's great.
transmog?
Oh my god. I have the full screen photo of their transmog from last time. Don't make me throw it up on screen. It's beautiful.
I have no idea what you're talking about, so.
That's okay. That's okay. You just sit there and play tomorrow, and I'll judge your transmog, and you don't have to know anything about it, and it's fine.
Cinderbrew toss.
Sure.
Cinderbrew toss. Boiling flames.
They're also running a
What
frost
even?
Tenderize.
Yes, they are.
That's what's up.
I still love the fact that they've got their Brewmaster tank.
Toss.
Oh, who's getting a little bit low? Okay, thank goodness. That was a little bit scary. Oh no, the healer goes down, and the monk is so low. The shaman manages to get back up, but the tank goes down in the meantime. And that means they lose another DPS. Are they going to lose a fourth? That was 3 deaths straight back to back to back. Oh,
High fate.
but they're so
Cinderbrew
close.
toss. Tempest.
Honestly, do you reset?
Nah.
Tenderize.
Yeah, you don't have to. It depends on if they want a 3 chest. Like I said earlier, the Cinderbrew's 3 chest timer is the hardest, right? So the 12 is really hard to 3 chest. Like you're only gonna have like a minute or 2 left. The 11 should be
I
easier.
did jinx it.
The 11 should be easier, but they've just lost a full minute due to deaths.
Feet.
Or wait, it says 20 seconds. Oh, is Guile only on 12s? Am I crazy? Yeah, okay, so they have the
Yeah.
they still have
Defensive.
okay, yeah, so they
They
only
have
lost
pulsar.
20 seconds. They definitely don't reset them.
Breath incoming.
Wait. Do they have reaping? Wait.
Watch
Feet.
your step.
Is that? Am I looking at a Cinderbrew with reaping?
Knocking back.
Defensive.
That does look like Bwansamdi.
That looks like Bwansamdi to me. Let's check the backup POV and see if that's the same.
Knocking back.
I want to run Reaping. Can we run Reaping?
I think that might be a visual glitch. Let's look at the other POV and see what we got.
It might just be it's just the like random
Okay.
default one that just shows when there is no 4th affix, I think.
Oh, I think
Yeah,
so.
because there's only 3 affixes on this key, and so yeah.
Watch your step.
Minor crisis. That would have been awful. I'm really glad that that isn't what's happened to them.
Knocking
Keg
back.
smash.
Now with 5 deaths on the board, United is looking to continue the key. Trigun and Mira. We have, of course, the tank and the healer POVs this weekend, which I love.
Boiling flames.
Knocking
Keg
back.
smash.
I don't know. You were just so close to the start of the dungeon. Unless you feel like 3 chesting it, you wouldn't be able to complete it.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Reaping and Cinderbrew
Human
would be
to
rad.
Throw Cinderbrew.
That's-
Keg smash.
What a
Humantelope.
great name. Humantelope.
Erupting inferno. Boiling flames.
Super, you're hurting my soul.
What? Why am I hurting your soul?
Humantelope? Not
That's his name.
humantelope?
No, it's
Happy hour.
okay.
I don't know which one it is now. You're making
What's the
I
difference
said
between
it right.
a human?
Okay.
What's the difference between
Ah.
a human and a human?
No, I don't know. What is the difference?
There is none. That's what I'm saying.
Is one plural? I don't know. Get it? I'm so funny. Play on pronunciation in the American accent. Okay, it's fine. All right, back to Cinderbrew, where they're slowly working on taking out the brewmaster over here, dodging his
Keg smash.
rancid beer breath. Don't know if this guy thinks he's a dragon because he's that drunk, but he's got a breath frontal. What can you say? Another team decided to go left.
They're pulling the pyromaniacs. United is actual psychos. You're hearing it here first.
Totem. Totem. Badge.
Certified psychopaths. I don't know
Actual-
if that is
Totem.
actual
3
mad lads would I
pyromaniac-
think be the correct term.
Charge.
Oh my gosh, what is this pack? 3 pyromaniacs, 3 scientists, 2 testers. This is
Rejuvenating
AoE Stop City. They're entering right now.
Totem.
It is an 11, so obviously we
Totem.
don't respect 11s in this team.
Also, Sir Toasty, the reason
Totem.
why it's geese and not
Totem.
gooses has to do with English's roots in Old English and the historical mishmash of languages, and
Charge.
it's complicated, but it's a holdover from Old English, I'm pretty sure. I could be making that up, but I think that's what it is. Back when we pronounced words very differently. Yeah, TLDR, English be weird. English is
Totem.
definitely one of the dumbest
Charge.
languages.
Delivery. Erupting inferno. Charge.
Okay.
Delivery.
I'm pretty sure English breaks, like, you know, when you're like writing a fantasy language, like, you know, Tolkien wrote Elvish and there's all these other, like Klingon or whatever, and you're trying to create language and there's rules, okay? I'm pretty sure English breaks like all of the rules for making good language. That's all.
It looks like they're running
how
out
did
of
we
English
get
at Cinderbrew.
Totem.
This is the right decision. I felt like
You're-
it just wasn't starting off well for them. They needed to reset, and they've just come to that emotional realization with the rest of us.
Yep, the poll that prompted me to call them actual psychopaths, surprisingly, was difficult.
Whoa. Okay. So this is the first time that United XP are walking into Cinderbrew. They are gonna be, or not the first time, but they're gonna do this key after they've just completed their +8 on the 3 chest. We're looking forward to how this dungeon is gonna go. In case you didn't notice, the United team are all running coordinated transmog super. They've all got purple skins,
Yeah,
and I
whatever
kind
that
of love
means.
it. And I'm pretty
Purple
sure
skins,
that
what,
this
they're night
run
elves?
is going to be great. I don't know, actually, if any of them are particularly night elves. Although they could be void elves, so racist much? It's
Well,
fine.
according
it's
to
fine.
Omni CD, the only night elf is the demon hunter, so he is the only
There
one
you
with
go.
shadow melt on the screen.
Oh, that's true. That's true. We do see their abilities
Okay.
there. Team colors, absolutely. I love the solidarity. All right, so they're going for this first
Okay.
pull in the first room. Not the craziest pull, not the big, crazy, wild insanity we saw from Warrior Gamer a little bit earlier, but still a decent pull going from one side to the other. How this team is going to handle these early fights, I don't know. How they have a death on the board already, I don't know.
The Havoc demon hunter ran in and passed away,
Ah.
unfortunately.
I missed that. I blinked.
But it's okay because we buffed threat by 16%.
There you go. Oh, Skeezy's here. They've got Skeezy in the squad. This was the mage. The demon hunter died instantly. Pretty standard operating procedure for the demon hunter, though.
this
Nothing to
was the
see here.
match, yeah.
Feet.
Yeah, Skeezy has earned the title of maybe the best clicker I've ever seen.
Darn. Darn. I don't know why that's the word that I
Defensive.
chose, but that's the word that I chose, and that's a title and a half right there.
Feet.
Mira's doing a good job keeping everybody topped off.
That's not an insult, by the way. He's better at mage clicking than I am at mage without clicking. So, you know, that's not me insulting him, guys. I swear. All right.
They've decided to pull the chef into the brewmaster. I will say, considering this is the first time that United has run this 11 room so far, they're doing really, really well.
Keg smash.
Yep, pulling a little bit of trash into this boss. Probably gonna pull this pyro and a couple patrons next. Nothing too crazy.
Hot honey.
Nothing too much like that insane hallway pull that they did last round.
Yep.
I'm curious if they do the same pull in the hallway next round, after this boss. I want to see that.
It's very possible. I don't know if... Wait, what did I say last time? I don't know if this brewmaster thinks he's a dragon or what, but he's got a breath frontal. Haha, funny joke from the first time that I ever said that joke.
Can monks be Drakthir?
I don't
Cinderbrew.
know. My instinct says no,
Keg
but
smash.
for a while,
Hot honey.
pretty much anyone could be a monk.
Cinderbrew toss.
Yeah, I thought everybody could be a monk.
Hot honey.
We have a doggo alert.
Keg smash.
Yes, that is Ursa.
Cinderbrew toss.
First try. Let's go,
Slow
guys.
Cinderbrew.
Brewmaster's down 40% health. You just have to move him around the room. Everyone's moving well. No one is standing in things they shouldn't be standing in. Brewmaster really just wants to live at his bar. He is happiest where he can serve the patrons. This is the fun mechanic where you get to serve patrons beer. All right, well, okay. Is this mead? Logistical question. Are we serving beer? Are we serving mead? If it's made out of honey, doesn't that technically make it mead? Again, I don't drink, but I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
Blazing belch.
There's the belch. That's one powerful belch, I have to say. Brewmaster on Brewmaster crime in a bar. Absolutely. That's an excellent point. It is the Cinderbrew meadery. You know, that's, wow. Yep. Great. That's some level 12 detective work right there, Humantelope.
Totem. Failed batch.
Yeah.
Totem.
You think you just win. I
Charge.
think you just win
But-
top comment.
Totem.
No, because they
Totem.
also have IPAs in the meadery.
Rejuvenating honey.
This is an excellent point.
And
Can
those are
an
ales.
ale
Yeah.
can an ale be mead, or must an ale be beer? Ooh.
Totem. Totem.
Oh, that was Sir Toasty. You have the same colored names on my view of the Twitch
Totem.
chat, so I apologize. I apologize. Sir Toasty,
Charge.
credit where credit is due for the detective powers. I wish Twitch would let me just, like, assign people's names to certain colors. But hey. It depends on the server who serves it. Is it served by a dwarf? Ooh. Well, I learned that when I was getting footage for these dungeons, that the you know, patrons and stuff are randomized, so you can get
Boiling flames.
different different races in the same positions because it's just a skin change. This is a good question. Ale. I'm googling this. Ale mead does exist, Super,
Charge.
apparently.
Today I learned.
Charge.
The Great Ale.
But does Indian Pale Ale exist as a mead?
That's what I'm... Indian Pale... I mean, it could. Okay. If it's a hopped mead, is it then beer? Oh, I don't... This is getting much more complicated than I was
Totem.
expecting. Apparently, at that point, it technically becomes an
Totem.
IPM.
Totem.
Because then you can...
Rejuvenating honey.
Then they... Okay.
Rejuvenating honey.
This is a hopped IPA-styled mead recipe for all you... Okay, I found some recipes on the interwebs.
Rejuvenating honey.
So,
Totem.
Um, yes.
Rejuvenating honey. Totem. Totem. Totem.
I was told there would be no science here. I don't know who told you that. There is always the potential for science. Is this like the squares or rectangles where rectangles aren't squares?
Charge.
Yeah, I think it is. I joined the military to not science. I agree with Bacoldi. It's definitely more all whiskey is bourbon, but not all bourbon is whiskey. That would be the closest analogy. Chat, I love you guys. You're the best.
I also joined the military
right.
to not science. I prefer to computer science.
Totem.
Oh. I'll allow it. That was good.
Rejuvenating honey. Erupting flames. Erupting inferno.
Hey guys, I think it's going to erupt soon.
Spouting stout. Charge.
Oh, Trigun
Totem.
goes down. Mira is not able to keep them alive, and that means 3 deaths for the United team.
Erupting inferno.
Oh no.
Bottom
Mara goes
They
down.
are
Easy is now
they-
dead. That is a wipe on the 11.
they are cooking with this route. Like these pulling, what was that, double hobgoblin into IPA with taste testers spawning the little totems that you need to kill. This is this is some lofty goals here we're seeing.
Yeah, this is a choice. I mean, if they're feeling like some of the higher keys are going to be too much of a challenge for them and they just want to get some style points, I can't say I blame them for looking for it right now. Yeah, I'm ignoring everything Dr. Jones says right now because there's too many things in too many places.
I mean, it just had to be
And
a
also-
mistake, right? Like, there's no shot that
It
you
has
can
to be.
pull this pack into the boss without lust and everything, right? Like,
It has to have been a butt pull.
yeah.
Let's see if they repeat it. I would be shocked if they did.
They still have time to
could
two
it have
chests.
been a kick? Could it have been a missed kick?
Well, I feel like the most likely thing that happens in this is you charge the hobgoblin into Africa, which has never happened in any of my keys. And the hobgoblin just pulls extra packs while running through them.
Feet.
That usually just happens
love
in the
that.
hallway, though. But I can see it happening. I can see a hobgoblin charging into a boss. Yeah, that seems reasonable.
I think it's time to press lust, guys. I don't know who's in charge of that, but there you go. 36 seconds on the timer.
Burning fermentation.
Oh, he did not with the damage right now.
Yeah, just eating quite a bit.
Feet.
The good thing about this
And we are
UI is that
watching here.
Mira,
Go ahead.
Mira has the split timers, so we can see that they killed Brewmaster 7 seconds faster than their last time. And I wonder wonder what their split's going to look like for IPA.
Bottoms uppercut.
We'll see it when he goes down.
Less than 20% health left. The thing with monks, man, is that because their health bounces, that it's one of those classes that I love to heal when I get to play with the same player a lot. But when you have to heal a random monk and you're not in sync, it can just be crippling. So I love the fact that we have this healer tank combo of POVs. Really well done there. 18 seconds slower.
18 seconds through, yeah.
So
Argular loves healing Brewmaster monks because you just, if their light is green, you don't heal them. If their light is red, you heal them. And if their light is yellow, you think about healing them.
I can't argue with that.
Volley.
I certainly cannot refute that logic. As a resto druid, though, who has to, think about healing people before I can heal people instead of just, healing people, I find it a little more complicated, though.
The amount of puns in this dungeon are just amazing, though. We got the worker
It's so
bees.
good.
We got the bee wranglers casting bestial wrath. We got the honey volley. It's freaking, it's amazing.
Surprise. Bestial wrath.
Oh,
Beeswax.
all of the NSYNC jokes in chat. Well, we know what era all these people grew up in based on the references that are making their way through.
Bestial wrath. Volley. Honey volley.
The real is, do you remember last time we casted, last AFDL, and we noticed that the puns translated into French too with the canines in Workshop?
Yes.
I wonder if any of these bees translated into French as well.
We're going to have to check that out tomorrow. That's an excellent call. Unfortunately, you'll be playing, so you're just going to have to wait and find out after the fact and watch the VOD, which is going to be available on YouTube instantly. Everyone who likes to complain at me for not getting the VODs up because I'm really bad at getting the VODs up and it's justifiable complaint, well, guess what? Because we're streaming straight to YouTube now, VODs should be up nice and quick for you.
You got the VODs up from last one?
Actually, I did, and then
Bestial Wrath.
I don't know what I did with them.
Volley.
That's a good point.
Surprise.
I left them to upload.
Bestial Wrath.
I don't think I checked.
Bezoica.
It's been a couple months. I've forgotten.
Bezoica. Bestial Wrath.
No, I'm pretty sure Spring Clash is up. I think it's League of Legends that I'm still missing a few.
Bezoica. Bestial
I don't
Wrath.
think Spring Clash is up.
Watch your
Rain
step.
of honey.
I'll check
I'll
that
have to
after.
double check that.
Swarming
Let's see
surprise.
though. They're heading into this hallway. These are standard pulls. No more insanity from United. Just happy to do this 130% enemy forces run that they have going on right now. They're about to finish trash, but
Absolutely.
they still have probably 5 required packs left, even after they're at 100%.
Oh, they're doing a little skip. No, only some of them are doing a little skip. The other one ran right around.
It is definitely for the XP. They got to level up before next dungeon.
Volley. Swarming surprise.
Watch
Rain
your
of
step.
honey.
Now, will we see them risk pulling things onto the boss, or at this point, do you just play it safe?
Nap time.
Oh, well, there's
Well,
my
these
answer.
are yeah, these two, the Harvester and the Wrangler, especially on 11, these are easy to pull on the boss. This is no big deal.
Spread.
Bezoica.
There's only one kick, and then it's just AoE damage. But everybody has what 19% avoidance on Tournament Realm, so
Defensive.
Don't give
easily
the
heal
opportunity for the
throughable.
caster
Honey
cursed
marinade.
to
Easily
affect
heal
everything.
throughable.
Swarming surprise.
Oh,
Even I can't curse that. That's an easy pull. That pull only gets hard when you have the Purveyor
Yes.
and other stuff in that pack. But if it's just the Harvester +1, you're fine.
Honey marinade.
Spread.
there you go. 100%.
Defensive. Wing.
Yep, 100%, and they still have a B pack in front of the door, and then the Yesmen upstairs. Sorry, not the Yesmen,
We are
the
to another
Concursors.
Twitch ad break in just about 40 seconds. So for everybody who is subscribed, you get to skip the ads. Thank you so much. We appreciate your support as always. Everybody else will be
Nap
back
time.
in just over a
Ads.
minute because it's been,
Defensive.
you know, every 30 minutes we got to run these ads. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Honey marinade.
Spread. Mood boss. Mood boss.
Honey marinade.
Spread.
Are they gone? Can we talk to the real fans now? Oh my gosh.
Defensive. Wing.
You got to wait 5 more seconds.
Snack time. Ads.
Now you're good.
Honey marinade.
All right, quick, while everybody else is watching ads, post Q's pictures of bees.
Are there any good bee emotes on Twitch?
I think you mean
Defensive.
bee motes.
Spread.
That's how funny I
We're
thought that
scooping
was.
at. Post the entire script for Bee Movie right now.
That's more like it.
Ads. Honey marinade.
Spread.
Yes, we'll accept it. It's yellow and cute. We'll take it. The longest beeline in history. Dr. Jones has dropped some subs. Gifting a few subs to the community.
Watch your
All
step.
these people now get to skip the ads.
Watch your
Downward
step.
Aren't you all lucky ducks? Bicoldi, well done. Eutha, Puffin Muffin. Blondie,
Downward trend.
OPFT. Enjoy some ad-free viewing.
Watch your
Downward
step.
trend.
I don't think they're going to 3-chest this one, but I think it's safe to say this is going to be a good 2-chest. This will put them in the 13.
Yes, indeed it will. I wonder if they run the 13 right away or if they go somewhere else.
Hmm.
Downward trend. Spread the love.
Knocking
Cash
back.
cannon. Burning ricochet.
Knocking
Cash
back.
cannon. Burning ricochet.
Goldie Baronbottom, the BEO herself. Going down here pretty soon. Should be right after the lust.
Defensive.
They have less than 20 seconds.
Defensive.
Burning all of her product in order to kill the player characters,
Spread the love.
as one does.
Yeah, you got to wonder about the priorities there.
Knocking
Cash
back.
cannon.
I was mostly confused by... These are very clearly barrels, the same barrels that we see throughout the dungeon. So these are barrels of, you know, beer and mead. Why are they exploding?
Knocking back.
They're packed too tightly, and so the fermentation is causing air pressure to build up, and that's what's happening.
That's what causes them to go into lava waves.
Burning ricochet.
That's just the added pressure. I'm making this up. The added pressure of how tightly packed they are actually causes the mead to start boiling. And
Defensive.
that's why it just looks like lava waves. It's actually burning hot mead and ale.
So like a tar-like substance.
Yes.
Spread the love.
Science rules.
Sir Toasty, I just saw that joke.
Cash cannon.
That's the best thing that I've seen today. I'm sorry that absolutely killed me. Ooh. This is it. The science never ends. Thank you so much, Ms. Wheaties, for the sub. And thank you so much, United, for completing that dungeon. Let's take a look back at the quad and see where everybody is. DOD are making their way on that 14 Cinderbrew. Taps currently working on their 15 Priory. Warrior Gamer on the 16 Cinderbrew. We're definitely going to want to check in towards the end of that. And let's just see here where Ukraine is. They're on the 15 Cinderbrew themselves. So Warrior Gamer being on the 16 already could give them the edge there.
Absolutely, it could. Ukraine's in the 15 Cinder as well. Are all the Group B teams playing today?
No, the two teams from Group B that are playing are the Taps and Warrior Gamer. United is Group C.
That's right, that's right. Oh yeah, because Coast Guard's playing tomorrow. That's right.
Yes, Coast Guard is playing tomorrow, and so is the French Air and Space Force. We have 2 Bs and 2 As tomorrow. And
That
C.
fits well in Cinderbrew.
Keg. Volatile keg.
Yes.
Erupting inferno. Keg. Volatile keg. Cinder brew toss. Boiling flames.
This poll from Warrior Gamer
Boiling flames. Cinderbrew toss.
is moving so
Boiling
quickly.
flames. Erupting inferno toss.
Yeah.
Boiling flames. Erupting inferno. Cinderbrew
Cake.
boiling flames. Erupting inferno.
Cake.
Volatile cake.
Taps heading up into the last boss room in the 15 Priory as well. Their percentage is looking a little better than DOD's was, so hopefully they don't need to pull stuff after the boss.
Yeah, we're going to see what this. I think Taps probably is going to be the team we should watch just to see them close this out. United electing to get themselves reset for the next Cinderbrew. We watched a couple Cinderbrews in a row. I think Priory is going to be the way.
Pulling just that right pack. Looks like they're probably going to wait for the Pat to come over. Usually you want to do double pulls on these packs.
You can see already 82% on their, forces.
You see that light spawn pack walking over? They should be pulling it right now.
There it is.
It can get a little annoying when you have to stagger them like that, just because the light spawn in the current pack is at 60% and then the new light spawn is at 100.
Boiling flames. Volatile cake.
So hopefully they're focusing the new light spawn, which they are. Got a skull on it.
Inferno.
That arcade mage is going to be full funneling that thing.
Taking a look at this
One light
here.
spawn.
The reverse
second one.
colored bars.
Oh, the new light spawn healed.
Not ideal.
You don't like the inverse color bar? Neither do I. No, it's not even inverse color bar. It's just black and then missing is white, huh?
Yep. The
Are
only
the
color
heels
you
the
get
cross color?
is the names. We have.
Or is it just
Whose
the big
POV
heel
do
is
we have?
green?
I don't know. This is our other POV here. Our lovely, lovely druid.
This
Not
is
druid.
DK.
DK. Because his health bar turned orange, and I saw orange and went, oh, druid. But no.
This does feel significantly brighter than the
Oh, there is much more gamma on this POV.
This
Absolutely.
feels like he's running that inky black potion or whatever the light one is. Stinky bright, right? Inky black and stinky bright. I'm with the other guy. I turn the alpha down in Priory because it's just so bright. It's almost like
It
you're in a
is.
church or something.
Whoa. It's almost like there's some, crazy light fanatics and stuff in here.
What's your favorite dungeon this season?
Kick.
This is a question.
Better question. What's your favorite dungeon ever?
My favorite dungeon ever? Ooh, no, but now I have so many things to think about. I mean, it depends. Are we talking like thematically? Are we talking about like favorite dungeon heal? Like favorite dungeon that I experienced at the time? Like I have very fond memories of the dungeon chains for Well of Eternity and, the Pit of Sauron from Wrath of the Lich King.
Cataclysm
and
pre-patch?
Cataclysm. But I don't know. I wouldn't classify those as my favorite. I turn my monitor off when I'm in Priory. Nothing seems to make the run easier. Best not to see it. That's fantastic.
4, 3,
What class is your favorite tank to heal? I would agree with that. I play Resto Druid as well, and I think Warriors and Paladins are definitely the easiest. Like I said, I really like Monks if I'm playing with the same Monk, but I don't like Monks that I get randomly queued with. So yeah, I would agree with that. My favorite dungeon of all time. This is gonna take me some time, Super. This is like I have to think. What's yours? Do you just have one on hand?
Yeah, Azjol Nurub from Wrath.
Oh, that is a fun
Done.
one.
Easy answer.
It's not even close to my top 10 though.
Well, your top 10's incorrect then.
Azjol Narub was like, okay, wait, which one?
Azjol Nurub.
Not the
The
other.
the one named
I'm trying to
Azjol Nurub, not the Old Kingdom.
No, because there's the two that have like identical names, and I always mess up which one's which. Hang on.
One is
you have to
one
like,
is Azjol Nurub, and the other one is AK, the Old Kingdom. I forget what the K stands for. It's like Azjol Kahut or something like that.
That's right. Kahet. What is this siren?
Means it's time to go. Yeah, but I mean Azjol Nurub, the one where you go and you
With
do
the
the
big
little
egg.
gauntlet into the first boss, and then you jump down into the gauntlet into the second boss, and then you jump down into the gauntlet of the last boss, and then the last boss is a new Barack Hussein Obama, which you end up fighting again in Trial of the Conquest, which is great.
Yeah, I had too many dissatisfying groups in that entire series of dungeons, so they're not in my top. Drakthar Keep. That's what you're gonna put as your favorite? I mean, that was a fun dungeon, but that wasn't my favorite. Ah, well, Taps is done their run. Let's take a quick look-see here. Does that mean that everyone's still playing as in Cinderbrew? It does. I agree that the first Dino boss was fun, but I thought that the golem, which I forgot what it's called, the one that looks like the Taldazar golems that they have wandering around that you have to fight, and it like breaks into pieces, and it was weirdly like troll but also dwarf mechanics. I don't know. I thought that was kind of a weird boss. I enjoyed the last boss of Drakthar Keep, though.
Didn't the Dino boss like bug out all the time? Because like he would like run out of the little pen and like just despawn and stuff. I remember having a lot of problems in Drakthar Keep with bugs.
Yeah, it's just not my like super favorite. The only Wrath of the Lich King dungeons, oh my god, Violet Hold. Yeah, you just full on RP. I appreciated Violet Hold as being a dungeon that you could casually queue. Because it had so much RP, you could just like queue and be like, oh, hang on, I've got to go get my chicken nuggets out of the oven. I'll be right back. I remember appreciating that about Violet Hold at the time, but I think that says more about me than it says about the dungeon.
I remember not appreciating that because what would happen is you would have somebody in your group who's like, I'm gonna go get my chicken nuggets, be right back. And then a new wave would spawn and kill you. And then you would have to start the entire thing over.
That's so true. It's so true.
And it wasn't even like you killed a boss and then you got to start from that point. No, there was like 20 waves, and you had to do all 20 waves
Every
again
single
if you
one.
wiped on 19.
You got no safety in that Violet Hold original. That's so true. I kind of forgot how toxic that was.
Plus there was like crystals on the wall that like killed a wave that nobody ever clicked on, ever.
Here's what I want to see.
Ukraine pulling up to the Yesman in the 15th Cinderbrew. See, but you couldn't do that, Humantelope. Because somebody says BRB Dino Nuggies are ready before the last boss. And back then, you had to kill the last boss to get the Badges of Valor. If you just leave, you're only going to get Badges of Justice, and then you've wasted all your time, you know? And you're going to get saved to that, because, you know, back then, heroic lockouts were once a day, and you're saved now.
I forgot about the lockout toxicity. Gosh, that was a time.
Cinderbrew top. Boiling flames. Counter. Roar.
Yeah, you definitely cared about badges then. Even if you had everything that you wanted with badges, you could buy the BOE bracers or something with Badges of Valor, and you could sell those in trade chat, and they were like, you know, a lot of money. So people were hardcore. They were going nuts for some badges.
Boiling flames. Dodge and belch. Peg smash.
Ukraine is doing this incredibly cleanly. Although they did just AMZ one of the phases instead of the intermissions. But that's probably just because their healer has stuff coming up.
Your pal here signed some papers he didn't read. And now Goldie Baronbottom is BEO of this joint.
Looks like they got 4 minutes on the 2-chest timer, so they're going to solidly 2-chest this.
Rejuvenating honey. Rejuvenating honey. Boiling flames. Rejuvenating honey.
Department of Dungeons in that 14 Cinderbrew. Everybody's in Cinderbrew right now.
Apex.
After any shred of control.
In prison.
Reckless delivery.
Ukraine has BEO to, what is that, 30%?
Failed batch.
DOD in their 14 is about to kill Bank Bugsby and head up to the last boss.
Failed batch.
Warrior GMR just finished their big, massive Lust pull in the 16. Gonna be spawning IPA, maybe doing one more pull before IPA.
Counter.
Yeah.
Counter.
Clear out some of these hobgoblins. In the bottom right.
Failed batch. Charge. Reckless delivery. I need to get killed.
Yes. Feed
Apex.
all of you.
Elemental made of mead? Oh, my Cinderbrew! One, but
Erupting
I
inferno.
cannot process this.
One. Dim. Spouting south. Erupting inferno. Boiling flames.
Ukraine successfully 2-chesting their 15 Cinderbrew. They will be heading into the 17 if that is their plan. Warrior GMR wiping on the pull before IPA. In the 16, they have time to still 1-chest it. They might be resetting, though, just to have a safer 1-chest time, or maybe even 2-chest it.
Turning fermentation.
Yep, they're town portaling. So we got United in the 13 on IPA, and we got DOD in the 14. Heading into the Goldie Baron Bottom BEO. Finishing up those agree gentlemen's, concur sirs, yes men.
Erupting inferno.
Ooh, we get some insight on the Ukraine
Boiling flames.
routing here.
Boiling flames.
That does indeed look like
All
the
right.
route. Welcome back.
Erupting inferno.
Thank you. We're trying to make sure that the scoreboard was working correctly and collecting everyone's scores properly, so I had to go do some checks on that. We are coming up towards halftime. We will get a scoreboard check just about then. So give us another 10 minutes here, guys. We want to get another couple more dungeons in. Reminder today that these teams are competing across 3 different groups for their next promotion. So we will catch everybody up as we go. I thought I was AFKing to get the chicken nuggets. Sadly, not today. It's on my to-do list. Actually, I had a chicken nugget for breakfast because I had one. Well, it wasn't chicken nugget. I'm sorry. It was a chicken tender. I had a chicken tender left over from my dinner last night. And I didn't have time to have breakfast before the stream got going, so I just ate that. So, technically, you're not wrong. It was just earlier.
Chicken nuggets for breakfast does go hard, you mental.
It does. It does. All right, it looks like we're getting a little bit of a comp swap from Ukraine. So we'll check back in with them once they start running keys again. In the meantime...
Yeah, it looked like they were gearing up for that 17 Cinderbrew. They were looking at their route and trying to figure out exactly what they wanted to do, so maybe even swapping a...
Yeah.
Maybe even swapping a race or a class or two.
Gonna be fun. Super spicy sauce. Okay, I don't know if this opinion is controversial or not, but I have an opinion. My opinion is that the Nether Flame sauce at McDonald's from their Minecraft movie meal combo was actually really good. Now, that said, we went to try it out because gotta try out the new sauce. But I can just make it at home and figure out what goes in it. So now I have a bottle of that spicy sauce in my fridge. Homemade Nether Flame sauce. And I'm so proud of myself. I thought it was really nice.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
There you go. I did that with Taco Bell's nacho cheese. That's it. You just got to figure it out. This stuff's, it's not that complicated. Look, okay, you're talking to the person who ran an actual chicken finger camera during the Team Liquid Nyalotha Race to World First. I have a deep and abiding passion for good chicken fingers. So, if this is the way that chat wants to steer this conversation, I can get on board.
What's the difference between a chicken finger and a chicken tender?
I would say that a chicken finger and a chicken tender are interchangeable. But they are both themselves different than a chicken nugget.
Well, obviously.
Obviously.
Is a popcorn chicken a chicken nugget, though?
I would say yes, actually. I think it meets the criteria for a nugget.
Keg smash.
Boom Check has subscribed with Prime. Great name. Great decision.
Yeah, I don't think he's that cool. You'd like him, though. He's another brewmaster monk.
Happy hour.
Another one.
I'm
Shadow
kidding,
Priest
by the
brings
way.
up an
We love
excellent
you, Brew
point.
Check.
Chicken tenders are technically fatter than chicken fingers, but that's really more like, because a chicken tender is usually like a rough cut of like a big chunk off of a chicken breast, whereas a chicken finger is like the slim cut. But restaurants use them interchangeably because, you know, I don't think enough restaurants really pay attention. It's like when you ask, oh, you know, what's the difference between like a julienne and okay, we're talking about cutting peppers now. It's fine. This is not important. It's fine. Cooking is fun. We're here for the science and the cooking. That's what this stream is for, right, Super?
Huh? I'm literally Googling what julienne is because I have no idea anything that you're talking about.
Julienne is like a type of fine.
You said slim cut, and I thought of suits. I'm like, wait, so there's like slim cut and athletic cut chicken tenders? Like, what is happening right now?
4,
Is there a husky cut chicken tender?
1.
No. No. No, I don't think that's a thing. We know who isn't a chef up in here. Well, just a consumer. A consumer of good food. Hey, nothing wrong with consuming good food.
Erupting inferno. Cinderbrew toss. Erupting inferno. Boiling flames.
You guys are so
Trying to
mean.
figure out whose POV we're listening to right now. I think it's Warrior Gamer.
I think it's
Erupting
Tabs.
inferno. Cinderbrew toss. Boiling flames.
It is Warrior Gamer.
Nope, it is weird.
As the person who was able to verify, I was right.
Well, I thought, yeah.
Cinderbrew toss.
Hey.
They're very close, though, because they are physically, geographically close in the dungeon, so we'll allow it.
Yeah. Now, Warrior Gamer has reset this Cinderbrew. I want to see if they're going to be able to get the 16 done how they want to.
All right.
Ukraine also looks like they're taking a second to practice before hopping into their 17th Cinderbrew.
Erupting inferno.
Ooh, United with an unfortunate failure on their level 13 Cinderbrew. Cinderbrew is not the dungeon for them. That has been their biggest challenge. 8 deaths on the timer already, heading up to the Busby.
Erupting inferno.
That's really smart. We were playing Ellie Shaman in one of these tournaments, and we did the whole get a training dummy before the dungeon thing going on. But you can't do that when the dungeon is inside, like Cinderbrew. So the Ukraine Ellie Shaman was in Dornegal on the training dummies and then poured it into the dungeon for a 5-second timer. That was really smart.
Ukraine is one of those teams that really takes advantage of the prep time, right? This is a quarterly event. It happens once every couple months, and in the downtime, they can just figure out all these little goodies that they want to take advantage of. It's a solid thing. And I would agree, Humantelope, unfortunately for United XP, bad things do be brewing for them in the meadery.
That's what's up. This Ellie Shaman popping off at 20 mil on this first pull for Ukraine.
Blazing belch.
Cleaning
so
it
much
up.
damage.
Getting off to a good start in that 17 Cinderbrew. Second pull with Chewy.
Keg smash. Throw Cinderbrew.
Yeah, get
We
those
got the
pyro
Ukrainian
kicks.
main point of view, but it looks like their audio's just a little janky.
Tempest.
Let's see if we can get that cleaned up a little bit.
Taps going Cinderbrew. This whole hour is just Cinderbrew City, alright? I hope that you guys like Cinderbrew because we've been here for like the last 20 minutes and we're staying here, alright? DOD to prove me wrong hops into Rookery. Thank you for that.
We haven't seen some Rookery in a while. They're just giving us, you know, an alternate flavor.
Spread.
Oh, but you popped off the Ukraine 17.
Defensive.
Or are you fixing the audio? I gotcha.
We're trying to fix that. They're having some issues with the stream POV, and their backup is currently not in this key. So just working on finding out if that can get cleaned up at all.
The Warrior Gamer is in the 16. Pulling Aldir.
No, it looks like the audio issue is on the side of our player point of view's OBS. So we're going to, unfortunately, have to either live with it or mute it. But the fact that everyone's in Cinderbrew means can't we just listen to someone else's Cinderbrew sounds
It's all
and
the
it'll
same.
be close enough?
Yeah.
It's all the same, right?
Yeah.
It's just background noise. All right, taps.
Now, somebody who knows more about Shaman than me. Does Shaman funnel like Mage does? Because they're doing pulls into boss, which I thought normally we do because our Mage is, just absolutely salivating for more things to hit so that he can funnel. Does Ellie Shaman also like funnel?
I have never played an elemental shaman, so I'm going to leave that one to the chat. Yes, as you can see, Ukraine is really ready checking right now.
It's the scrolling numbers that really does it for me, yeah.
It's so crunchy.
Phase.
Ooh. Oh, Bacoldi in chat says, yes, Spirit Walk of Grace into Stormbreaker allows for movement and constant procs.
Oh, nice.
The more you know.
All right, we learned one thing about WoW. That means that the next thing that we learn needs to be about science or cooking. So
I'll work on that for you. I'm still trying to think about my favorite dungeon.
I'm telling you, it's Azrael Nurab. It's the best dungeon ever made.
No.
There's a little bit of trash boss, a little bit of trash boss. You can pull the entire trash all at once if you want to. It would be a great Mythic Plus dungeon. All right.
I do agree with that.
Plus,
I do agree with that.
The DK can murder all their friends with Path of Frost. It's just a good time.
A small part of me is like, I mean, I think my favorites have to be some of the older dungeons just because I have better memories in them.
Ragefire Chasm.
Like, so unironically though, Ragefire Chasm used to confuse me so much, okay?
I used to get lost in there. I never because maps weren't
all
the
the
thing.
time.
So, I would just get lost.
And then you couldn't do the
tank would have to
jump.
come save me.
There were so many great moments in classic dungeons. I mean, even the old Black Fathom Deeps.
Yeah, ours and balanced both going down here for Ukraine. Ours got an immediate battle res. Balanced ran back. It looks like, so they are still keeping this pull alive, but that will affect their timer.
Stratholm as Mythic Plus, you'd have to get rid of like all the RP, obviously, but that would be fantastic. Right? You know what I mean, Bacoldi? Like, look, are the jumps in Black Fathom Deeps technically good dungeon design if we want to say, oh, it's the best dungeon ever made? No, absolutely not. Do I have fantastic memories of being the one person to slowly jump my way across and be like, ha, 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 everyone's a sucker? Absolutely. So it really depends on our criteria.
Here's the real question. If Maradon became a Mythic Plus dungeon, do you think people would do the like mage solo farming kiting strats, but in Mythic Plus?
I think Blizzard would do something about that before it was even possible, to be honest.
No. Let's pretend like Maradon became a dungeon tomorrow.
Right
You know,
now.
and Blizzard had no time. What would the strat be there?
What?
Pull the entire dungeon and get some improved
Yeah.
freaking Blizzard.
Honestly,
Get some improved Blizzard
yeah.
going.
You do like original Everbloom and just have those absolutely wild pulls.
Yeah. It would be Legion all over again.
Mauve Souls. I love that
Is it?
series of dungeons. I liked the dungeon chains. Like, you know, the Well of Eternity End Times dungeon. I had so many good memories in that set. And I love Ajar's boss fight. It's probably my favorite because she just refuses. She's like, no, I'm not fighting you, peasant. Go away. It's my favorite thing. I don't know. I love classic Dire Maul, though. I have so many good memories of Dire Maul. I never got the full reputation though, because I was at the time that I was playing, I didn't realize that was like a thing, and so I never got it. And then they got rid of they got rid of the librarians, and I'm sad. There's just so many good memories.
Now I'm watching The Mummy this weekend.
That one snake in Swamp of Sorrows. Oh my goodness. Absolutely. Look, what if we just do a tournament that's not Mythic Plus? It's just like Gauntlet of Greatness. And we let people vote on the best dungeons.
I'm telling you, we should do something like that. The first dungeon clash that we did, we had, what was it? We had Eye of Ashara and...
Yep.
What was it? The one that came back also. It was...
let me look. I have that ability.
It was the one with the leaping guys and the charging third boss. I forget the name of it, though. Black Rook. Why do I keep wanting to say Black Rook?
It's not Black Rook
Gold?
No.
It was the castle one where you like go up at the end and do a little gauntlet with the guard or the like bats.
Oh yeah, that's Black Rook.
Yeah, Black Rook. Yeah, we had Black Rook Hold and Eye of Ashara, and I wanted like, you know, 2 cool dungeons in every AFDL. I thought that would be cool.
It would be. It would be. If only we had free range of all the dungeons, like on TR, that would just be... I mean, it'd be a balancing nightmare, so I understand. But... how's this 17 Cinderbrew growing?
It's going pretty well. They haven't had any mess-ups since that one pull to the right that they did, where they had 2 deaths, and they quickly released and got the battle res off. But it has been pretty standard pulls here. They got their big Lust pull. This is their last pull before IPA. You know, this is the route for sure. They're doing it nice and clean.
Total Command is just doing so much damage.
Mm-hmm. He certainly is. And I can tell how much damage he's doing because it's scrolling on the right of my screen.
Who needs big numbers when you can have nice, organized numbers?
Mm.
It's practically a spreadsheet.
Yeah. See, like, I feel like if I were to do a scrolling text thing like this, like, I would at least blacklist out some of the things. Like, surely it doesn't matter to you that your fire shock dot just did 100,000 damage, right? Like, take some of these things out. Only give me the big numbers, you know? I don't care about earthquake damage, you know? Just give me the big chain lightnings or whatever the big bursty is.
But then how would you know you had cast the ability?
Because I had just clicked the ability.
But how would you know?
Because in the literal middle of his screen right now, he has the Flame Shock dock tracked. And now it says
I'll
use
accept
because
that.
he doesn't have it. He literally has it say use when he needs to use it. That's amazing. Use.
So this 17, we're looking at it now. They got 6 minutes left on a +3. Not gonna happen.
They could two chest it.
The plus,
There's definitely time.
they could two chest it. It would put them at the 19, though.
Yep.
Now we're starting to get into the question that I brought up earlier of, do you feel confident in the 19? Because for anyone who's just tuning in, we've had a lot of viewers join us in the last little while. You are not allowed to deplete your key once you've got it. So if this team +2s, they must do the 19. If they're even slightly concerned about it, they have the option to stall and get the one chest for the 18 and then lock in that set of points, saving the optional 19 for a, hey, we've got some extra time towards the end of the day. Personally, looking at the scoreboard and where they are the first team to play in Group A. So they have a slight, not disadvantage, but they don't know where the bar is, for these other teams. They don't know yet, is a 17 safe enough? Do we want to get everything to 17s and then feel okay to push? They just don't have that information. So they're going to be the trendsetters for Group A with whatever they choose to do here.
It is hard to say whether it's an advantage or a disadvantage because it's clearly like being a disadvantage is very obvious, right? You don't see the bar, you're setting the bar. You don't know what the other teams are capable of, so you don't know how high you need to go. But it can also be an advantage in just like, hey, run the keys you're capable of. Just go out and do your best, Like you don't need to worry about all the other stuff that's going on because people will watch the stream while we're playing and stuff like that. And so it's like, oh, the Air Force just did an 18. We gotta lock in. And it's like, well, you're not focusing because you're watching the stream. So you should lock in, right? Like, but I'm also guilty of having the stream up and keeping tabs on everything going on. So there's a little bit of an advantage just, focusing on yourself and not worrying about everything else.
Yeah. I want to finish out this dungeon, though, because they've still got 2 bosses left. And I think this is going to be a great point for us to step away and take a break. We'll let everybody get to enjoy some more dungeons while we, grab a snack, do what we got to do, and check out the scoreboard when we get back, because it's going to be interesting. We'll know more about the Group A standings tomorrow for sure. Group B is really where it's at today. The battle is really fraught between Taps and Warrior Gamer. Both teams capable of doing really, really well. And whoever leads Group B will advance to Group A for the Fall Clash. So that's the kind of head-to-head that we're really keeping an eye on today. One thing I will say about Ukraine, they actually very typically end up playing earlier than their group opponents. In the spring, they did the same thing. They set the bar at all 15s, and then they just struggled on a couple of 16s that meant they were forced to drop down into, or not forced to drop down. They were in the tiebreaker, right, for potentially needing to drop down. And luckily, they did win out over the Coast Guard in that. But
yep.
This isn't a strange position for them to be in as the trendsetter. So I feel like they're probably quite happy right now. 17 is a good number. I would imagine the fact that they've just done a comp swap here, going into this, makes me think we might see the next key. I would find it odd for them to comp swap, do the 17, and then leave and go do another dungeon.
Unholy DK goes down. Very rare sighting a dead Unholy DK.
Yeah, we'll all be able to go get our chicken nuggets once this dungeon is done. I want to stick around and I want to see the end of it for sure.
Plus, you have to give us the answer to what your favorite dungeon is.
I'm still thinking about it. I'm
No.
I actually have a list of all of the dungeons in World of Warcraft right here, and I'm going line by line, weighing my questions. I can, like, there's some that I can just blank out. Like, it's none of the BFA dungeons. Those are not in my top. It's none of
No.
the Mists of Pandaria dungeons.
No, BFA was so good.
It's none of... is it any of the Shadowlands dungeons? I really liked Mistweaver.
Sanguine Depths was so good.
What's the dungeon called? The Ardenweald dungeon that I've forgotten the name of?
Mother,
Caller?
or,
No.
The other side? Mists of
No, not the
Tyrannicide?
other side. The Mist of Tyrannicide. I knew it was an M. I could have just looked at the list. It's on this list somewhere. That was a good
That's one of the
'cause
best
I liked
dungeons
how
of all time.
creative it was. You know what I mean? It's just, it's unique, it's fun, it's creative. So it's a viable option, but I don't think there's another.
I'm just amazed you don't like
dungeon on my
Mists.
list.
Mist is like one of our favorite dungeons, USAE's favorite dungeons of all time.
No, that's what I just said. I love Mists.
Yeah, I know.
It's the only contender.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Like, Jeff absolutely loves mind controlling an ad for an entire dungeon run. It's one of his favorite things to do.
Look, if he doesn't like playing the class that he chose, that's his problem.
It's his favorite thing. We love having a week that every 20 seconds goes, ad dropping soon, mind control.
I liked Waycrest, but the thing about Waycrest is it just felt like a lot of it felt very stop-starty, where it was like, go, do a thing, move somewhere else. Go, do a thing, move somewhere else. So it was fun, but it wasn't like, it didn't have best dungeon vibes, you know?
It was really fun watching Retribution Paladins, pull through walls. I thought that was great. Although I think they finally fixed that at the very end.
They did, I believe. I don't know. No, I know. It should be.
Unironically, I am a fan of the other side. All right, mostly for RP reasons, though, because Bwansamdi is one of my favorite characters.
I think I literally ran that dungeon 2 times, and therefore I'm not qualified to even have it on my list.
Ooh, I think I ran that dungeon, I don't want to exaggerate, 5 million times because of IQD.
What about, are we allowing mega dungeons as themselves? Like, does Return to Karazhan count as one dungeon?
Yes, but only the second iteration of the second iteration. All right, only the return of the Return to Karazhan.
Oof. I like mega dungeons.
They're heading up to the beelines.
Oh gosh.
What's one of my favorite World of Warcraft memes is the little fire extinguisher thing where it's like, in case of emergency, break glass, and it's Karazhan behind the glass. Which is definitely what Blizzard has done a couple times.
So
guys,
good.
they're not a fan of Shadowlands. Let's do a mega dungeon season. Let's bring back Karazhan. They'll love that.
I don't think it was the worst dungeon at all. I quite liked Return to Karazhan. I thought it was a good mix of humor and interesting fights and decent mechanics. And even though, like, the fights were straightforward, the way they did them was cool. Because, like the worm boss, it's like, okay, yeah, we could make you face another giant elemental, or we could shrink you down Alice in Wonderland style and you're going to face a worm, but you're just so small that it's going to take forever and it's now a boss. Like, that's a creative and fun style that I enjoyed. So I think it was a great mega dungeon.
I think that a lot of my problems with Karazhan were more so problems with the affixes. Like the weeks that I hated
Agreed.
Karazhan were sanguine weeks, where like the what's it called, bursting weeks. Like I feel like a lot of my problems with that dungeon were not actually with the dungeon; it was with the affixes. So I'd be curious to see as to if it did come back. I would be curious to see if I like it now.
That's coming up on the end. Okay, Sir's dying. The boss is still there. In the
Yep, they're
background,
gonna run
I
to
just
the
want to run
window.
up the quad really quick. Yeah.
They're going to run to the window, pull this last pack into boss. And they will definitely not have the 2 chest timer, but they will be very safe in the 1 chest timer.
So we're going to see the 18.
We are definitely going to see the 18, assuming they run into it.
Which I still
might.
think makes the most sense to me, but who knows?
Yeah, they might go push up the other 17s first, though. Because we've seen them, we saw their Priory, right? They pushed up their Priory. I don't remember what level they got it to, but they still have Rookery. So I wouldn't be surprised if they like got the Priory to a 17 or 18, and then got this to an 18, and then went to Rookery.
I could see that. I had it on good authority there would be a 21 today. I do still believe that over the course of the weekend we will see a 20 or a 21. We will see it. I believe. I have faith. Goldie Barrenbottom is slowly losing her health as these overpressurized mead barrels spill boiling hot alcoholic beverage all over the floor.
Did they mess up the window pull? They went over to the window.
Yeah, they still need percentage, so...
Yeah, but the percentage should have been the window pull. It should have been the last little bit they needed. Maybe something didn't snap up. Yeah, I think they missed the scientists. That happens sometimes. So during one of these intermissions, they should go over. Or they got plenty of time. They'll probably just save it for
Yeah,
after.
they've got 6 minutes left, and it's not like they're fighting to 2 chests, so I would imagine they'll just take this nice and slow.
They will be timing this with like 5 minutes left. Easily enough room for the 18. Maybe even room for the 19.
The last little bit of health. Slowly dripping away. And now they can run across. They need
Oh yeah, none
4%.
of it popped up.
Oh, wow. They missed the whole pack. Well, at least it's an easy hop down, quick kill. This should be a nice and easy completion for the Ukrainian team. So let's check out the quad real quick before we hop into break. We're waiting for a scoreboard update, and then we will be able to share that with you all.
Taps in the 16 Cinderbrew. Warrior in the 15 Priory. United hanging out, about to start a Priory.
Tempest.
And Ukraine will complete the 17.
Yeah, interestingly, United, at least on the scoreboard that I have, it does not have any Priories completed. They spent all of their time working on those Cinderbrews. Cinderbrew. So I am thinking this is probably their first dungeon. No, they've already completed the 8, so they'll be going into the 11.
Nice.
They'll be going into the 11. All right. While that closes out, I'm going to bring us out to casters. I'm going to update the scoreboard. Super, give us your thoughts on where we are today and what you expect to see from these teams for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, I think that Ukraine is probably going to go into that Rookery finally. I would expect them to at least get it up to a 17 or an 18 before deciding what to push next. Like I said, I think that pushing the Rookery right after doing the Rookery is probably the play. So they probably hop into the 18 Rookery. And then they'll have time for the rest of the day to push the other 18s and 19s if they want to. Since we're starting at a higher key level in Group A, there's actually plenty of time to do that. I'm really excited to see what the Department of Dungeons do, and I'm excited to see what the other teams do over in their groups.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, and I'm just double checking on things. I almost put in that DoD had completed a key level 141 in their Cinderbrew. So, okay, that was a near miss. That's why we double check these things when I'm on the caster desk, because you don't want to get it wrong. I think this looks correct to me. We're doing pretty good. United's working on theirs right now. United here. We've got... Oh, they did complete the 13 Cinderbrew while we weren't looking. So that puts
Nice.
them here. They have the 8. They actually made some good time once they got themselves out of that mess in Cinderbrew. And Ukraine did, of
Cinderbrew's
course,
hard.
finish. That's 17. And they did
This whole
only
weekend is hard.
one-chest it.
Both Cinderbrew and Priory. Like, if you just mess up one little thing, you might as well reset.
Yeah, there's no hope after that. So looking at this now, let's see what we've got. Taking a look at the scoreboard, except it's not showing us the scoreboard here. There it is. That's the one we're looking for. Here it is. This is what we have been waiting for, an update on our 5 teams and where they're at today. So, as we've mentioned, we've got a mix and match of groups. The main standings will be updated for us to take a look at once we get back from break. But TAP's currently sitting at 13, 15, and 16. They are directly competing against Warrior Gamer with 13, 13, 13. So, in the lead right now on that set of scores is the former Marines. I don't know. How do you think about that? Like, that's both unexpected and kind of a return to form for them.
Well, yeah, I mean, you saw in the last tournament, TAPS, the former Marine team, they, were basically good enough to get promoted into Group A alongside with us because they performed a little bit better than, the bottom 2 teams in Group A. So, yep, it was just tough competition last go around. There's, like I said, there's like 6 or 7 teams that can realistically be in Group A, and TAPS is one of them. So they're trying to punch their ticket to get back up into Group A and replace the Air Force. So, a little bit expected of them, I think.
Yeah, Ukraine with the first 17 on the board. As we said, setting the pace for Group A. They have no direct competitors playing today, so that's going to be an interesting one. And United and DoD are both down in Group C. Currently, DoD has the slight edge with that 14 Cinderbrew completed. Both of them only have an 8 in Priory and Rookery, respectively. So I imagine we're going to see that change very soon. As the rest of the afternoon goes on, these standings could still change so much.
Oh, for sure. Definitely a lot of wiggle room.
All right, then, everybody. Let's get you into a nice break. Super and I are going to go collect our chicken nuggies from the oven. And until then, enjoy the quad, enjoy some music. We will be right back. See you in a second. Hello, hello, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking around while Super and I went to take a little bit of a break. As you just saw, the action never stopped for our teams. Ukrainian WoW has just locked in another 17 for themselves. That Rookery now completed. So, my scoreboard's already out of date, but we're going to take a quick look at it. That way everybody can see where the standings are. This is what you've been waiting for. This is the current rankings. As you can see, Air Force Gaming and New Zealand Defence Force, without playing this weekend, are unfortunately automatically relegated to the lowest spots in their respective groups. This means that New Zealand will not have a chance for promotion, and Air Force Gaming will be forced down into Group B. As we know, Super, the Group B teams are hungry, and getting back into Group A is certainly not a given. Ukrainian WoW has set the pace in Group A with a 17, 15, and now another 17 in Rookery. Those dungeon names are not correct. We'll get those fixed. But I'm looking at the Group B teams. TAPS is just edging out over Warrior Gamer Foundation. What do you think Warrior Gamer needs to do for the rest of the afternoon to make sure that they come back correct?
Well, if you look at the scoreboard right now, they're really only one dungeon behind TAPS right now, and TAPS is really only one, maybe two dungeons behind Ukraine, which is insane considering that they started every single one of their keys 2 key levels lower. So I think that Warrior GMR just needs to keep their foot on the gas. There's going to come a time at the end of the day when TAPS starts running into keys that maybe take 2 or 3 attempts, and so Warrior GMR can definitely pick up the pace and catch up to them when they start hitting those key levels.
Yeah, there we go. The proper dungeon names are in place. So thank you so much,
Cinderbrew.
everybody who has been sticking around and enjoying the runs. We're going to jump right back into things. Tomorrow, the fact that there's only 2 days keeps messing with me, Super. I keep wanting to say, it's going to be day 2. We're going to have to wait and see what day 3. No, this is a condensed format. We've crunched it all down into 2 days of play. I don't know. Do you think that affects, the mind games that are going on a little bit? Or do you think it's still, I've only got 1 day to play. I just got to focus on my day and keep it going?
Yeah, I don't think it affects anything too much. Maybe it affects it a little bit just because, before with 3 days, you might have had 1 or 2 teams in your group playing before you, whereas now you probably only have 1. Yeah, so I don't think it affects things too much. At the end of the day, you still just got to show up, get the keys done that your team is capable of getting done, and call it a day. So it might affect your routing just because you can't steal as many routes from day 1 or day 2, but no, I think it's still just show up, do your best, and hit it.
Well, here we go. Let's see what these teams have decided is going to be their best showing. Warrior Gamer wants to get themselves a 17 of their own, working on Priory right now. This would put them back ahead of TAPS with that 17.
It would definitely. They would hold the tiebreaker currently since TAPS has only done the 16, 15, 13.
Taking a look at this here. Do we see TAPS in our slot right now? No, we've got DOD in the top corner working on the 13 Rookery. But I think that's the game sound of TAPS just having defeated a dungeon. And it is. They're making their way the 16 to Goldie Baron Bottom. So now is when I like to have a lot of fun because it becomes a lot of mental math as an audience member. Okay, can you keep track of what's going on? If TAPS finishes the 16 and Warrior finishes the 17, all right, then TAPS is back in the lead. So Warrior's going to have to complete another dungeon. But TAPS was struggling earlier. This is where all the fun speculation starts to kick in now that we are 1.5 hours away from the end of regulation time.
Yep, and it's definitely going to turn into a scoreboard watching sport as well, just because when we start getting to these key levels like 17s and 18s that maybe not every team is 100% capable of, not 100% going to get it on the first try, it's definitely going to come down to, all right, do we go for the highest key level to get the tiebreaker? Do we go for time tiebreakers? What can we do reasonably in the next half an hour, 45 minutes? Because they will have plenty of time. You're already seeing them get to, Ukraine's about to be done with all their 17s, and it's only half over. We still have another 2 hours left of this, or an hour and a half left of this. Are they going to get to a key level where they aren't able to one-shot it? And so it's going to come down to how good can you execute these keys that maybe you aren't 100% on. Can you turn your 60% success key into 100% during this tournament to win it?
That's my favorite thing. Some of these dungeons look stressful, says AON. Yeah, you're a lucky duck not having to sit in them this weekend. I think Cinderbrew and Priory definitely the more stressful of the two, but it's all about that 5-hour regulation timer, right? It's all about just using the time you have effectively. A couple of these teams did take breaks. They have done some roster swaps, not the crazy amount that we've seen in the past. Some teams will prioritize certain comps for certain dungeons. That hasn't been the case this weekend. I don't know if we'll see more of that tomorrow, but it's been very much we've got our group, we're just going to run, we're feeling comfortable.
Yeah. There's been surprisingly little deviation from the meta this tournament as well. Usually we see some craziness, people playing what they're good at, people playing their preferences and stuff like that. But most of these teams are sticking with this. The teams that are in these higher keys right now are sticking with this Unholy DK, Boomkin, Mage, maybe a little bit of leeway on the Ukraine doing that Ellie Shaman. But most of these tanks are going to be playing the Vengeance Demon Hunter. Most of these healers are going to be playing this Disc Priest. I'm interested to see tomorrow if the teams stick with that or if we end up seeing some of that physical god comp, some of the other comps that are out there right now.
Yeah, gonna be interesting. I mean, do you even need a mage when you have total command on this elemental shaman? I would argue that you might be all right. Warrior Gamer going for a nice big pull. They're restarting this Priory. They did not like how the first attempt was going. United working on their 13, still on the stairs themselves.
Yeah, both Ukraine and Warrior Gamer in that 17. Like I said, this is one of those dungeons, this is one of those key levels where it is not 100% that we are going to make all of our polls done perfectly. Like you're looking at Ukraine right now in this poll. This poll has some standard deviation. This poll has some things that can just go wrong that are out of your control. Those 2 light spawns are going to be casting purification on people, and everybody should be running Night Elf that is able to, so that you can Shadow Meld that off. But if you just get unlucky and those light spawns all 4 times that they're going to cast, if they all go into the same person and your priest isn't ready for it, doesn't have a pain step up, you might just wipe just because this key level is that level,
Yeah, there comes a point where there's just nothing you can do about it anymore, and you eat it and brick and go again.
Yeah.
Warrior Gamer going for another reset. There's something they're not liking about this initial engage. The question is, if they don't stick with it, where can they go? They have a 16 Cinderbrew and a 16 Rookery in their bags.
Yep. I think that they're just not liking the timing, or maybe they're pulling too little or too much into that pull. We had a lot of trial and error, especially in Priory, of just cooking different routes, cooking different ways to pull things. It looks like they're going to give up on Priory, though, and hop into this Rookery and try to get a little bit more confidence, get a W on the board.
This is where I was getting a little bit concerned earlier with the 3 chests, because a 3 chest is always ambitious. It's a significant difficulty spike. A 2 chest is, yes, harder, but it's much more in the same realm of possibility as the key you just completed. So the fact that they're bumping from a 13 to a 16, if they struggle on this Rookery, they could struggle to complete another key despite all the time they have left.
Yep, and I think I just caught a glimpse of the Taps finishing up this 16 brewery. Did they 2-chest that?
I did not catch it.
It looked like it was really
I'm trying
close
to look
to
at it
2-chesting
right
it.
here. We will get that verified by admins. It was just closed out before I could zoom in on it, unfortunately, on this POV that we have.
They had like 6 minutes and 30 seconds left in that 16. That was crazy close to 2-chesting if they didn't. Good for them. They're probably going to be hopping right back in there if I had to guess.
All right, we verified with logs. They 2-chested that by 1 second.
That is insane. Good for them. You're gonna be hopping in the 18 now, huh?
Mm-hmm. That's going to be an upgrade.
Which would be our first 18 of the day if they decide to go there right away.
This is true. This is true. Ukraine elected to swap dungeons rather than walk straight in.
Yeah,
We haven't
Ukraine
had an
opted
opportunity
go
to
on the
watch a
17th Pride.
Rookery. Not since the very beginning.
We got Warrior Gamer in the 16, so maybe we'll watch that, or maybe we'll watch their 17 attempt once they go in there.
Yeah, I want to
Ukraine
check
in
out.
this
It was still on the.
Priory, though.
Yeah,
what's up?
they are pushing. I was going to say, I just want to take a look at comparatively DOD's Rookery with the 13, because we saw in Priory these 13s were where they started to make mistakes, right? That's where they ended up having to do 2 dungeons for the price of 1. When they missed their percent, had to do the 14, and then they missed their percent, had to go again. So them completing this Rookery in clean, good time is so, so important. They've got 2 deaths on the board already, 1 boss down, 2 to go.
For sure, for sure. This boss is a little bit of an easy one, especially for their comp. The Unholy DK can eat almost all of these debuffs and make it a lot easier for your healer. So this fight just basically turns into dodge circles, dodge tornadoes.
Nova.
Got the yoink in.
Two. 1.
There we go. All right, we have the zoom in that I was looking for. Let's just check out how they're doing on this last boss, and then we'll be able to switch and see what the differences are between the 13 and the 16.
Indeed. Looking like this is going to be a 2-chest attempt. No shot they kill the next boss in the next 3 minutes and 50 seconds. It's going to take them at least that to get there.
Yeah, that's too much of an ask, unfortunately. Zathara TV asks, who's winning? Well, you see, it's complicated. No. Basically, right now, we have 3 different groups, and the rankings in each group are dependent on the teams. We have players playing today, we have teams playing tomorrow, and then we will tally up the standings at the end. So right now, Ukrainian WoW is in Group A. They are leading the pack. They've got 17s done in 2 of the dungeons. We've got a couple other teams trying to catch up with some 17s. Warrior Gamer was struggling a little bit. They're currently in Group B, but working on the same dungeons. The fact that they started lower is insane. And now we're here, DOD. They're down in Group C right now, so still working on the 13s. They started at a lower key level than their Group B and Group A counterparts. And it's just been slow and steady progress. But again, the rest of our teams are playing tomorrow, and that's when we'll really start to see the rankings take shape.
Yeah. So definitely right now on the scoreboard, Ukraine is ahead, but I would almost argue that TAPS has been much more efficient with their time because they're catching up to their key levels, and they started 2 key levels lower.
Every time that drop happens where you go into the water and then you have to walk up onto the grate to come into this section, it just looks so much like the Hellfire raid, where you go down and you fight those 3 sisters in the wreckage of the boat, and then you have to grab the claw and jump over to the boat. It looks like the approach to that boss after you've defeated the furnace. Yeah.
Of course.
Holmes Wow asking how you can join a team. Well, here's the fun bit. The Armed Forces Dungeon League is open to anyone who's got a military background. So depending on where you're located and what your military history is, there's all sorts of different communities that are willing to host teams. We've got, some of these teams are official branch teams, like the U.S. Army esports team. Some of our groups are veteran organizations. Some of them are just community groups with mixed service. So depending on where you've served, that's what you got to find out to know which teams you're eligible to join. You're going to want to talk to the Navy team. Navy's playing tomorrow.
Nova.
I know you want to esport, but have you heard of the infantry?
Just fill
Chat,
out this
that's
note
awesome.
card, please, and we will send you many texts.
Here you are.
Cleaning up this trash on the Department of Dungeons team.
I want to see how the Voidstone goes. The Monstrosity, we saw previously teams just haven't been able to consistently 3-cycle, let alone 2-cycle this boss. I would imagine that's a problem we're going to see the DoD team have to face up against here now as well.
Yep, there's always the question of, do you hold cooldowns and go for just getting the 2-phase, or do you send cooldowns, accept the 3-phase, and just, keep slamming the boss? I know
Is that
our
still
answer,
a 5-minute timer there on their heroism?
On their 2-minute. They have 2 chests for 5:45 on their...
No, not on the dungeon timer, on Lust.
Oh, yeah. It looks like they just went down to 4 minutes, so... Yeah. They might have... I don't know. They don't need it right now to 2-chest it. They should be. They should be safe to 2-chest it.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right. I don't think they get another Lust.
I don't know that they will.
The debuff timer is always weird to me because, it'll say 4 minutes, but it means 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So, we have a different weak aura that just tracks the cooldown of Lust, which is more accurate.
Beam.
I'm trying to look at his UI. Usually mine's... Oh, no, he does have it. It's to the right of the target frame. He has the B-res timer and then the Lust
Battle
timer.
res
So Lust
and
comes
the
back
Lust
up
timer.
in 3 minutes and 15 seconds. So they'll have it for the 2-chest time.
2, 1.
That makes it much safer.
Yeah.
Speaking
They
of,
probably won't have it for
I
the
just want to go
first
back
burn.
a
They'll
little
have it
bit.
for the second burn.
That's fair. That's very fair. No, I want to go back a little bit, talking about joining teams. Registration is currently open for our League of Legends and our Rocket League tournaments as well. It runs until the end of June, and then games start up in the coming months. So if you have, a military background of any description, get yourself a team. That is open participation. You can register, and you can play.
Nova. Beam.
Finishing up this Ascendant and Voidstone. Opting to go left to right, so they will have to wait for the boss's knockback and spawn in order to go into boss. But with 3, they should end up spawning the boss with 3:30, maybe 3:25 on the timer, which is plenty of time to kill the last boss in a 13. It's just going to be... Because that'll be 3 phases, so... If they can't 3-phase it, it might be close, but they should have it in 3 phases. Let's find out, though. Here comes the poll.
There it is. The first void shell needs to be blasted through. 1 battle res available, but the stepmommy has been doing a great job of keeping her children all alive.
I have no response to that.
I mean, it's a statement of fact.
I feel like Bart Simpson right now. What a strange thing to say.
Look, it's Father's Day weekend. We got to get some love in the chat for stepmommy. That's all I'm saying. I'm just making this make sense.
2, 1.
Look at that health just absolutely
Nova.
melt. 40 seconds
Yeah,
left on Lust,
they did
so
40
they will
they did
have it for the next
40%.
burn.
Vortex.
Yeah, they did 40% in their first burn. With Lust, they should have it in their second burn. If they need a third burn, they do have time for it. 2 minutes left. It will be close, though. But I don't know. Everything's coming back up. They have True Shot Aura in 30. They have Call of the Wild in 40, which will line up with Lust. As long as they don't pop the shield too immediately. Because they want to pop the shield in about 10 seconds, maybe even 15 seconds. So they should stop DPS right now.
It's already
It looks
popped.
like they are not going to do that, though. They're just going to pop it. All right, Lust
Just
is
gonna
up.
pop it and go.
Yep, True Shot Aura about to be online for MM. Dress hit you, True Shot. Maybe he has a proc already. Now they're going for the third. They should still have time. This is fine. They did 40% in the first burn without Lust. They did 30% in the second burn with Lust. They should get it.
Yeah, their cooldowns and everything just weren't fully aligned where they wanted them to be.
Yeah, this is the part where we usually call to hold DPS, but they just, you know,
Nova.
it's hard to do that. You know, your DPS wants
It's very hard. And
they
here
did
it
get a
goes.
little milk there. Yep, they're gonna get it.
All right,
Easy
so
to
we're going to be
test.
switching straight from this to the 16 because I want to see the difference, okay? I want to see how things have changed, and we're actually going to get to basically start back with Warrior Gamer where we started with DoD. So this is going to be a nice comparison of the 3-level difference and what that means.
Well, I can tell you it means that everybody needs to be doing a lot more damage. Powerhouse here showing that off by doing 7.5 million damage to this boss per second. Just casually fucking destroying this guy. Sorry for my language.
He is pumping as much as he can. Powerhouse, I believe, was Powerhouse was away for one of the AFDLs. I don't remember if it was spring or not, but it's just, there's just so much damage going out.
The
from
funnel
everybody.
on this boss is just insane. Let's see how well they handle these debuffs. AMS is not up, so they have to do the first two natty if they want to eat the second one.
That's right. He was back for the Spring Clash, but he was gone in the end of 2024. That's right. I will say, one of my favorite UI elements that players can have when you're casting is the ability timer countdown that he's got in that top left section above all his party frames. It's less of a crutch when you're in dungeons as compared to raids and trying to cast, but it's still great. It gives you so much of an idea of the tempo of a fight as a viewer that you just, you know, that sense that you have when you're playing the game of like, okay, I know I have time for this, because you can feel when the next things are about to come. But if you have that weak aura just visibly showing as an audience member when you aren't physically in the dungeon pressing the buttons, it just helps so much.
Yeah, for sure. I have that weak aura as well. About
It's
to
a
do
long
this.
run to the monstrosity.
Yeah. Wonder if they're parasol people or if they're jumping people. Looks like there's a couple of jumpers. Oh yeah, let's watch the parasols. There we go. Good job, Danny. Make this cinematic
Well
for us.
done. Danny understands.
Druid gonna
The
need to get
pings.
life gripped. There it is.
The pings.
Double ascendant pull, the classic.
Vortex. Nova.
Now, when these civilians die, they do leave a little blue pool behind. Everybody dodging those, though. Nice. Now, you never did tell us your favorite dungeon. And I feel like you're like, you know, beating around the bush, Marielia, and you need to just pick a dungeon that you think is your favorite.
I just need to pick one.
Yeah.
Should I put them all in a dungeon? Okay, how about this? Because I really don't know. It's too stressful. What if I put all the dungeons on a wheel, and then I spin the wheel, and then I have to justify whatever it picks for me as my favorite dungeon? Can I do that? I
need the name of a dungeon, Marielia.
I don't know which one's my favorite. I mean, like, classic Grandma Doll's pretty good. Okay, fine. You know what? I'm gonna pick. I'm just gonna pick. The End Times.
Okay.
I'm gonna pick the End Times because it comes at the end of all other dungeons, and therefore it must be the best.
Awful logic, but all right, that's your right.
It's the end of a nice dungeon chain, which has some of my favorite, lore, fun engagement moments. It had some interesting mechanics. I had some good memories in that dungeon. The time stop mechanic was kind of cool. I know a lot of people hated it, but I thought it was really interesting. I thought it meant I had to play around my cooldowns in a creative way as a healer. I thought it was a really cool dungeon. I like the fact that it gave you pathing options before pathing options were really a thing that they built into the dungeons. Like, oh, you could get the Sylvanas Bane route, or you could get the Jaina route, or you could get, you know what I mean? I think that was just a really solid, good dungeon, and therefore it is my favorite today.
The Warrior Gamer accidentally pulling the boss when they were trying to just pull the trash pack. This is going to be spicy. They have 2 crushers and a void stone going on during the boss in a 16. During a time where they don't want to be popping offensive cooldowns because the boss isn't even vulnerable right now. They need to be focusing this void stone bad.
The question is, though, could this end up working out in their favor? Like, if they manage to survive this and make it happen and just slowly cleave down the trash. Could they get it done in 3 minutes and 20 seconds? Ah, Moody! No!
Druid's
Moody
dead.
goes down.
Mage is dead.
I think when Rosie died, they just called for the wipe, so
DK
that's sad.
Dead. Well, they didn't have a battle.
Oh.
And so I think that's what happened.
That's really sad.
So now the 2 chest is off the table. They need to decide if they're going to do the 17 into the 18 or if they want to reset here and do a 16 faster into the 18. It looks like they're going to res up and just get the 16, 17, 18 done.
I think it's probably a good call. I mean, considering the fact that they're in Group B, they're not having to directly compete with the 2 17s that Ukraine has in their pocket. Or rather is completing. So I could see this making sense, just getting themselves that point to compete with taps.
This is the dungeon that taps 2-chested by 1
Yeah.
second as well. So they are definitely behind taps now.
But the fact that taps 2-tested could bite them in the butt later. If we get to the
True.
point where they need to come back to this dungeon, having the 17 or having the 18 could give one of them the tiebreaker.
That is true. If Taps is not able to complete the 18 and they are able to complete the 17, they could get that edge.
So many ifs.
Yeah.
We're still
As
a ways
Taps
away.
is no longer able to do a 17. They have to do the 18.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, now they've got the Void Stone down.
Yeah.
The Crushers should be easy. Are they going to finally walk towards the boss? I mean, look, their Lust Timer is beneficial now.
Yeah.
Personal.
They do have
We're looking
all
on
of
the
their
bright
cooldowns
side.
that they could ever want. You can see Powerhouse's Arcane Surge underneath his Ice Cold. It is definitely up.
Personal.
I want to look at this here. See, the other POV has inverted meters, but it is Powerhouse's POV, I think. Let me check.
Personal.
I'm trying to
It
tell
is.
if Moon has both Incarns up or just one. They're pulling more funnel in for the mage. These civilians are about to get some unfortunate orbs
Personal.
thrown directly into their face.
That's... Okay.
Powerhouse
let's do
is
it.
even
Let's do
walking
it.
over. Powerhouse is walking over so that he can hit the civilians.
Personal.
Just wants to help. Just needs to pad those meters a little more.
I'm just gonna be over here where I can hit him.
Yeah, it's the DK POV, not
Yeah.
Powerhouse's POV. But I figured let's just take a little look-see. See if there's any information on this one that we don't get on the other one.
There go the civilians. They never stood a chance, and that has caused the funnel to decimate this boss 43%. They did 60.
Beautiful.
What is that? 57% damage in one burn phase. That's pretty nice.
Personal.
It's gonna
The
be
real
close.
question, though,
but I
is-
mean,
Personal.
can they do it in
Yep.
two?
Yeah, exactly. The real question is, can they do it in two? Because if they can't and they have to do 3 anyway, you know, have you really saved anything by going crazy in 1 if you're not able to do it in 2?
Personal.
That's exactly right.
You know, would you like to do one phase doing 50%, another phase doing 30, another phase doing 30, or will 35, 35, 35 be fine? You know,
Personal.
because at the end of the day, it's the same timer.
So much math. Don't forget, I saw that comment earlier about how the first half was science, the second half is math.
Personal.
Don't even get me started on the philosophical debate about whether or not math is a science. It's like a point of contention. All right, how's it going? They got it so close, Super. They got it to 2.7%.
Personal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm heartbroken for them. Now they have to get through another shield. And you know what though? That 2% is one person who misclicked something.
Personal.
Like, that's just one ability.
Yeah, it is. It is unfortunate when it happens. You hate to see it, but it does happen. Now they got another giant shield, which is almost done, and then they can be rid of this 16 and head on into the 17.
And there it is. The sound of victory means Warrior Gamer has completed their 16. And now we move into the quad to check on everybody else. DOD making good progress, now on a 14. So like we said earlier, they're going to slowly start to creep these keys up. They had the 13, they one chested. The 14, are they going to go for the 15? I don't know. United, also a Group C team, working on their 14 Priory as well. So a nice side-by-side. We're going to get a little bit of a race here, it looks like. Ukrainian WoW, they did complete the 17 Cinderbrew, and now they're pushing the 18. First one of the weekend.
Indeed. If I mean, we didn't see Ukraine finish their 17 Priory, but if I had to guess, they finished their 17 Priory. They have 17s across the board, probably, and now they're going into these 18s.
Yeah, this is a great place to be. I mean, you can see that timer. There's 1 hour and 6 minutes left in regulation time. For those who do not know, you cannot start a key once that timer has hit 0, but you can finish one, which means realistically, you can get 3 runs in between now and final stop of play. 20-minute timers each, some reset options. I think 3 dungeons is feasible. 17s across the board. If they get this 18, they could get another, or they could decide, hey, we want to edge out the tiebreaker and get a 19, because a 19, 18, 17 beats 3 18s.
2.
And Ukraine does not have the information on what the rest of Group A will be able to achieve tomorrow. So now it's strategy time.
It is indeed. And the real question is there any keys where that is true for? Right? Is there a key where doing a 19 something else is easier than doing an 18 of that key, right? Is an 18 Priory harder than a 19 Rookery? Because the 19 Rookery is worth more points and worth the tiebreaker.
That's a very, very tough call. I think the question is, we should double check if they 2-chested or 1-chested the 17 Rookery. Okay, so it was a +1. So all of them are 18s, which means they'll have to do those first before they can choose the 19. But I feel like doing this 18 Cinderbrew will give them a solid middle ground option. I know we were talking about how Cinderbrew's kind of the worst at these higher keys, but I think given the way teams have played, the higher Priory might just be a little bit more stressful.
Well, I think it's more volatile, too. So Cinderbrew is pretty straightforward. You know, you can't do any crazy huge pulls. You just do the skips that you are allowed to, that you can do and have the ability to execute. And then you pull the same thing every single time. Priory is a little bit different in, like, there are just so many casters in there that all demand attention. You can accidentally pull random stuff. Like, all of the skips are hard. You're trying to pull stuff into boss sometimes, and that's hard. Like, there's a lot of stuff. Like, even that first room after the first boss, right? Like, when you're going up to the second boss's room, like, people are pulling that entire room all at once. And that is just hard to execute from a healing per second wise. So there's just a lot of different things that can go wrong in a Priory. Whereas Cinderbrew, it's all pretty much the same thing. You know, can we live this pull? Can we DPS this pull? Can we live this pull? Can we DPS this pull? Not a lot of variance.
2. 1.
Excuse me, I was trying not to die over there off with my mic muted, but I'm good. I just inhaled. No, I agree with that. I think these teams are slowly finding their level of comfortability with Cinderbrew, especially running it back to back to back. But DOD having to restart their 14 Priory is not an ideal place to be in Group C.
Yeah, it is unfortunate.
They had the clear lead over United earlier, but I think some of these misplays are just gonna let these other Group C teams catch up.
Nova.
That is certainly the case. It looks like DOD going into this 15 Rookery now. which will be their highest key level so far. Good for them. Gosh, it's so impressive to me when they're able to like get the 15 on the board. Like, because I just keep forgetting that we started at different key levels, right? So, like, Department of Dungeons right now is about to put a 15 on the board, like Warrior GMR and Taps, and they started 2 key levels. Like, they were literally 3 dungeons behind at the start of the day. They had to do an 8? They had to do an 8 Priory, an 8 Cinderbrew, and an 8 Rookery just to start at the level that the other 2 teams were on. And so the fact that they've caught up to them in key levels is always, it's just impressive.
It's a really, really good example of just how the strategy of going for the 3s and the 2s can affect your outcomes over the course of the day. And, you know, we're looking at these higher keys now. Getting to that point where the 1 chest is the only one possible means I think we're in a really good spot as far as sticking the difficulty. And like you said, it comes down to pure execution. Yes, okay, maybe with 5 attempts you can get down the 18 or the 19, but can you get it in 1?
Yeah. And United looking like they had a bit of a wipe. They're heading back into this room that I was just talking about. That is very, very hard. They're in the 14 Priory on the top right. Gosh, Priory is so unforgiving too, especially just because, like, if you have 2 deaths, right, you don't have a battle res. Now somebody has to either res out of combat or you have to run all the way back from the start of the dungeon. And I feel like I remember Blizzard saying something about graveyard updating, and that is just not true for Priory. The first respawn point is after the second boss, and the distance from the start of the dungeon to the second boss's area is so far, and this is a dungeon where you do a bunch of skips potentially. So like the stairs, you have to wait for a pat in order to run past it. And some people are skipping the very first pack of the dungeon and running by it. And so if that happens, you can't run by it anymore. It's very unforgiving in here if you have some deaths.
Way at the start of today, before you hopped on the desk, I was talking about the fact that Priory is what I imagine they would have designed the Scarlet Halls dungeons to be if they were being designed now, right? And I was talking about the physical size difference. Like, you could fit almost the entirety of the Scarlet Halls in this one room of Priory. So my question is, do you think dungeons have gotten too big? Or do you think they're at a good size right now? Because the size affects the mechanics and vice versa.
I think that we need to get past this you can't mount indoors thing. Because, like, I agree with you that dungeons have gotten too big, but, like, you don't feel that in a dungeon like Floodgate, right? Like, in a dungeon like Floodgate, you can just run everywhere, right? But you're on your mount all the time. But, like, like, Cinderbrew feels bigger than Floodgate, and it's because you are running everywhere, because you can't mount. And so I think that there needs to be
And it's like,
some...
you're telling me my horse wouldn't fit in this room?
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is a giant hall, right? And you just can't mount in there because manners? No, we're trying to kill these people. Let me get on my horse.
You know? I think it makes sense, you know, a lot of those older dungeons where it was a physical limitation of, like, you cannot, you will hit, your head will hit the ceiling in this cave. You cannot mount in here. Sorry, guys. I think that makes a lot of sense. We're okay with that. But, like we just said, you can fit through every doorway. The ceiling is 30 feet tall. You could ride the Brontosaur in here and still have enough physical space with the way the dungeon was built. So, I don't know. I just have mixed feelings about it because I know everybody's like, oh, but I need space for my camera and stuff, and I got to be able to see. And I'm like, honestly, in a weird way, in those older dungeons, picking where to stand and where to point your camera was a mechanic. You had to think about that in order to be able to see the fight. You didn't just get you know, 1,000 yards of here's everything you need to see. And that's an interesting thing that we don't get a lot of, even in these, what you'd call them close corridor little hallways. It's not really the same.
It is a shame. It looks like Ukraine is resetting
2,
their dungeon,
1.
heading back in.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
They didn't complete their brewery,
Yeah, they
right?
did not.
Nova.
No, they did not complete the 18 Cinderbrew.
Yeah, so they gave up on the 18 Cinderbrew, and now they're going to try the 18 Rookery. Gotcha.
We haven't seen Taps in a little while. Let's take a look. Taps is on their 18. Taps is on the 18
On the last boss, too. They're about to
Cinderbrew.
do it.
On the last boss. I think we need to be watching Taps right now. Is this going to be our first 18 from Taps?
They have a minute for 20%. This boss has been in combat for 3 minutes and 30 seconds. It'll be close. 2 deaths there, or 1 death there, though. That's going to cook the timer a little bit. They got 30 seconds. 30
The
seconds for
inverted
10%.
player
It is going to
frames
be
are not
really
doing us any
close.
favors. I'm looking at this 8 seconds or 8% health remaining with 20
Vortex.
seconds. I think they can do it. They have the percentage, 5%, 15 seconds left. They're going to clear it.
Got it.
3, 2, 1. And
They got it.
Baron Bottom is defeated with 5
Sheesh.
seconds left.
Taps with
Taps
the
is
first
saying
18.
they deserve to be in Group A.
Good for them. In a key that we just saw Ukraine leave, by the way.
2, 1.
Yeah, that's wild. Where are Taps
like
gonna
I
go
said
next? Let's look at what they have.
And like I said earlier, starting that key 2 levels lower than Ukraine, they have outdone Ukraine. Starting a dungeon behind, they have beaten Ukraine's score in Cinderbrew.
This is wild. All right, so
No
Taps with an 18 on the board. We're just updating the total scores here. Seeing what else they have in their pockets. I believe they have a 17 Rookery that they could go do, or a 17 Priory.
Looks like they're heading into Priory.
Saving that Rookery for last. Okay, here we go. A 17, and then it would take them 2 dungeons. So with 54 minutes left, I mean, they could do it.
Yeah.
They could get a second 18.
Beam.
Easily. I think it's likely they get a second 18.
You're feeling confident, huh? I think my hopes for the 20 may rest on tomorrow's teams. Because you would have to 2-chest an 18 at this rate. You know, if Taps had 2-chested that, they could have walked in. That's all I'm saying.
No, I think there's time to do all the 18s and then do a 19.
It'll be close. It's gonna be so close. You'd have to walk straight into the 19, like immediately.
Well, so last AFDL, we were able to do a total of 14 runs, right? So we did 14 total dungeons.
Personal.
So doing the 12, 15, 18
Vortex.
is 3. So if you do that 3 times, that's 9 runs. You still have 5 more runs to do 18s, right? So I think there's plenty of time.
We're gonna have to see how it ends up. The 16 Cinderbrew, Warrior Gamers already got 6 deaths on it, but they are working on their second boss. The 18 Rookery by comparison.
Nova.
Looks like it's going okay for Ukraine.
Personal.
Shakebox says, let's switch gears and talk about the elephant in the room. Why can't Horde PvP? It's because they all cheat at Makara. What?
The Horde can't PvP because back in, what was it? Mists of Pandaria, when all the raiders swapped to Horde, all of the PvPers swapped to Alliance because of human racial being so damn good. And so Horde can't PvP because Alliance have better racials.
It's because the Horde knows the true enemy isn't the other players. These are all great answers. I love it.
Oh, I didn't realize we were doing wrong answers only.
Oh, we weren't. I appreciated your legitimate answer.
Personal.
I always wanted to play Horde because I stan the Banshee Queen before Blizzard like destroyed the entire point of her character, and it's fine. I'm not sad about it. It's okay. But because I'm a Night Elf Druid, I never play Horde because I only play one character. I mean, I have a shaman that I played like twice, but I know, too soon. I know, I'll never be over it.
I wish I only played one character. I would have so much more free time.
Oh my god, imagine having free time.
Personal.
All right, guys, we got a lot happening. We've got a 14, we've got a 17, we got a 16, we got an 18. What do we want to be watching right now? Do we want to stick with the quad for a little bit longer? Do we want to punch in as a team gets closer to complete on any particular dungeon? Is there a boss that we've not really watched yet today that you guys want to see up close and personal?
Are we asking chat or are we asking me? Because I know my answer.
We got some votes for DOD in the chat. Wait, what if I put up another poll? Ha 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 ha. New poll. Who should we watch? I'm gonna set this poll for 2 minutes. Gotta get your votes in quick to decide. It's an excellent point. Aowen has an excellent point.
Beam.
And so I'm superseding the results of the poll, and we're gonna watch this because the poll will finish after it's done. We're gonna check out United XP as they try and clutch out this 14 Priory. They got 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. They had 9 deaths.
Is that what this key timer is telling me?
1.
This is the one where I have no idea the information that this key timer is trying to tell me.
It's rough, I won't lie. It's a challenging one to look at.
So they have 55
certainly.
seconds, is that what I'm seeing?
Holy flame.
Yes.
Because this is the one that like changes. So like it'll have like the time you have left to 3 chest it, and then it'll go to 0 and then pop back up, right?
It's here, we got this. 40 seconds left.
Okay, so they have 35
there you go.
seconds.
9 deaths.
Holy flame.
14% health. The Holy Flame is cast. Private Murphy is
There you go.
attempting to purify her opponents, but Skeezy is blasting.
Come on, Skeezy, pop off.
He did not, is absolutely doing damage. Trigun on this monk that I have been so impressed with, doing a fantastic job. 4% health and 15 seconds left. This is going to be another really close dungeon, but
There
it
you go.
looks like they've got it with 8 seconds on the clock.
That frost
well done, United.
Curing it. Huge.
That was great.
Mira contributing a little bit of damage there as well.
That's fantastic. Let's get some united love in the chat. In case y'all forgot, we got emotes for all our usual suspect teams. DOD, I think, is the only one without an emote right now because we ran out of emote slots, but it's fine.
Decisions were made.
They were the last team to join, so they were the last one to get updated. It's okay.
Plus, nobody likes Hothead. He's just, very unlikable guy.
Beam. 2. 1.
I'm kidding, by the way. Anybody who knows Hothead knows that he's one of the most likable people in the world. All right.
Okay, so I just want to point out something here. United, I need some applause. I need some United emotes. We just need some absolute love for this team because let me tell you this, Super. We like to celebrate people's achievements here at the AFDL. And United has just achieved a new team best for their highest completed key.
Yeah?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
And not even
it's that tournament buff.
That's not even the best part. You want to know what their score was in the previous AFDL? They had 11s and 12s in spring. They just did a 14.
That's big.
That's fantastic. So absolute congratulations to them. That 14 is going to be super important. And now they're going for the 15. I think this is absolutely the right play here by United. They had a tight timer, but they had 9 deaths. That's more than 2 minutes of easily reclaimable time. And they know that DOD already has a 14 in the bag and are working on another. So if they can scrounge this 15, it just gives them some safety to lead the pack in Group C.
It would be big.
Bounding void.
They're definitely ahead of Department of Dungeons right now, right? Or they're at least close.
I believe they are. It's really close. I got to get the updated.
I think that they're both sitting around 14s in pretty much everything, so this 15 would definitely put them ahead.
Bounding void.
5, 4, 3.
I think right now both teams are tied. So
that's what's up. Taps
Yeah,
and
this
Ukraine are both in these 17 and 18, Rookery and Priory. Taps with 2 deaths already, going into the first boss.
looks like Warrior Gamer had to reset their Cinderbrew, though. Still on that 16.
Yeah. Ukraine's Rookery is super clean right now. They have no deaths.
2. 1.
Or no, they have
No
2
one.
deaths. I didn't see it.
Beam.
He's got it at the bottom.
Lightning surge.
Still, this is blazing pace.
Lightning surge. Lightning surge. Tempest.
Insane. All right. The audio is still a little crunchy, but like you said, this 18 is going real well, and I think this could give us a nice opportunity for another round of can we figure out where the lightsaber's coming from?
Tempest.
See, that was 2 in a row, pretty quick back to back.
I have absolutely no idea. I'm giving up. I don't know enough about Shaman to even make a guess.
Me neither, to be honest.
Tempest.
Okay, so there's the phone.
Tempest. Chaotic corruption.
How is this going right here? Stormguard's health bar, where are we? 30%. They've got 72% enemy forces. They should be able to pick that up on the way. 72%, is that not a little bit low?
No, that's about right. Because you got the little 3-pack, and then you're going to go downstairs, and the Ascendants and the Void Guards are
That's
worth
true,
a lot.
that's true.
And you have,
I
what,
forgot about
5
the little pack.
required pulls down there? Well, not 5 required pulls, 5 packs that you end up pulling as 2 or 3. And then some teams will do a little civilian pull at the very end. Let's see what their split is on this boss. 1559.
I mean, they've historically made really good time here, so...
So they're going to kill this boss in 1615-ish.
There
So
it
they
is.
have
Bang on.
12 minutes and 45 seconds. Plenty of time.
I mean, it's going to take them probably, what, 5-6 minutes just to clear all of the trash packs between them and the final boss, and that still leaves them with another 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's just going to be whether they can 3-phase it. So they need to have no deaths in the lead up to the last boss, and then they need to 3-phase the boss. If they end up 4-phasing it, it'll be close. But if they 3-phase it, they will have plenty of time.
Will we see them go back to the other 18 Cinderbrew? We could, like, they have the option to go to Priory, but the fact that Taps completed the Cinderbrew probably, I mean, we know that the players like to watch the stream, so they have a good idea of what's going on with each other, but they could then look at that and go, oh, well, it's been done, so clearly we just weren't doing something right, let's go back? Or do you think then they go, no, we still aren't happy with that dungeon, we're going to go somewhere new?
I think they go back, and you didn't even mention the reason I think that they go back. I think that they go back because they're probably not happy that a Group B team is going to have a higher score than them in a single dungeon. I think that they go back because Taps completed it on the 18, and they're in Group B. And it's a little embarrassing if you have a score that's lower than a Group B team and you're in Group A. So I think they go back for that reason.
You think just purely for the vanity?
Yeah. It sure doesn't feel good. Because, I mean, there's an argument to be made, right, that Ukraine and the other Group A teams, Navy and Army, right, maybe shouldn't have even put that much work into this because we know that the Air Force is not going to be here. And so they're automatically going to get relegated. But does that mean that you just don't play? You know, like the Ukraine could have put 12s on the board and then gone home, right? Like, well, we were here, we participated, they didn't, they're relegated, right? But they clearly care about their score. They're clearly trying very hard. They're in an 18 Rookery with plenty of time to time it. So I don't know that vanity is the right word. I think you just want to represent, you know, you want the highest key level on the board, you know? And so when a team that on paper started 2 key levels lower than you puts up a higher score than you, that doesn't feel good, you know?
No, I definitely agree. And you cannot accuse Ukraine of being a team here that does not care. They have shown up in every AFTL. They have run with 4 players. They have run through internet outages. They have brought in subs. They have always competed to the absolute best against every possible odd that they could. So this is definitely a team that I think I agree with Dr. Jones. The right word here is pride, and they have pride in their ability to complete these keys.
Yeah, and it's one thing if they're not capable of it, right? Like if they go and they look at their practice and they're like, oh, we can't do an 18 Cinderbrew, that would be one thing. But they're definitely capable of doing the 18 Cinderbrew. Let's see it, you know?
All right, this should be the second last trash pack. Will they butt pull this boss and ruin their run?
Oh no! Don't don't bait him like that.
I'm just saying.
We don't want to
Super.
see that, guys. We do not want to see that.
No, we don't, but we do, but we don't.
I swear, Mary Elliott, if this boss pulls right now. He's not pulling. Ha! Needing to make sure to kill the Void Stone before pulling the boss. Very important.
They have successfully avoided failure.
It's hard, too, to find the spot to do this, because the boss is very, very, like, temperamental. Like, anything in this corner, like, just being in the corner is not even safe. You need the mobs to be in a perfect spot, and then you also need to be in a perfect spot. Like, there's a very small area here where you're safe to not pull the boss.
As long as you find that safe spot, that's what matters.
Yeah. And actually, it might be a little bit easier for them because our biggest problem with that was our mage. Because, like, ground effects pull the boss a lot in that corner. And so maybe not running the mage and having this Ellie Shaman without that many ground effects helped them solidify that, you know? Getting into this boss, though, going for the 3-phase likely. They have 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Plenty of time. They're going to have time to 4-phase it if they want to. I bet they 3-phase it, though. I think they got it.
Tempest.
Total Command is just dominating right now. 6 million damage overall.
Ooh.
Holding
I will
its
just say that
cooldown.
in the background, DoD have been slowly progressing their key, and they have just wiped, so they're going to be forced to restart.
Tempest.
Who?
DoD.
DoD did no.
DoD did do that.
Let's see it. The Void Shell is off. About to pop everything. Phone calls, air horns going off, lightsabers, PI on him. Total control
I
was at
believe.
1.5 million DPS on this boss. He is now up to 3.5.
All right, there's the shield, 68.6%. So just shy of a 40% burn. You need a little more than that, I think, but it could be doable.
Well, that wasn't their big burn. So he had cooldowns up.
They
but
still have
the
lust.
Yeah, they still have Lust. The Druid did not have cooldowns up. You see he's got a Incarn right now, a second Incarn on about to get off cooldown as well. That was not their big burst. That was just a big burst by total, but they're going to have another huge burst here, next one. Or maybe they save it for the third one. They might be doing
Okay,
that.
biggest burn so far has been 54%, right?
Yep,
Can
I
they
think that was
top
in the
it?
16. Or was that in the 17? Let's see. Here's another burn.
All right, the shield has been popped, and health is slowly ticking down on this monstrosity.
Yep, 20 seconds of DPS.
Lots of cooldowns available to get spent right now.
Yep, again, they are not lusting. They're lusting for the third one. Confirmed.
Yep.
For the third burn, they're going to have Ascendance, they're going to have Incarn, they're going to have Unholy Assault all up at the same time.
And they're going to need to do 46% of the boss's health in that final round. I think it's doable. I think we could just as easily see like a 1% catch.
Yeah, it'll definitely be close. Something else to note, they don't need to. right? They got 4 minutes left in this dungeon. They can do a four phase burn, right? I just think that it would be awesome if they 3-phase burned it and they have everything coming up. I think that it's in range of them for them. Let's see them pop off, you know.
Tempest.
I believe.
Tempest.
Ascendance back up. Incarn's up. 20 seconds on Unholy DK's Unholy Assault. Will they hold for the Unholy Assault or just send it?
And there's still another moment before that shield gets popped, so looks like
Yeah,
they're
plus you don't need
holding.
Unholy Assault right away. You kind of want to pop it later on in your
And there it
duel.
is.
Yep.
Damage can now be done.
Lusting. Here we go. PI.
Look at the bar melt. 25, 23. It's skipping numbers on the way down. That's how quickly they are bursting through this health bar. 13% remains, and they're gonna hit it. That's what I was worried about. I think it came a little sooner than we both expected, but 12% remaining is pretty good. They will
Yep,
still
still huge.
probably be able to get that in the 2 minutes and 37 seconds they have left.
Oh yeah, no problem at all. They got this. And last damage amp. Easy 12%. And that is an 18
All right, now hold
Rookery.
GPS.
Is an 18 Rookery in the books for Ukraine. They got one little bit of civilians left. Like I said, some teams like pulling a little civilian pull at the end. Why are they focusing
This
the
final
void stone?
batch, I don't know.
You don't even need to focus the void. Just
2%.
pull more civilians. Yeah.
99.6. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
they could have,
need
like, you see the civilians
one
in
more
front of them to
civilian.
the left? They could have just pulled that.
Yeah.
Instead, they want to kill a void stone, I guess.
Guys, you could still pull that.
Yeah.
You could just go. You could just grab. Nope.
If they pulled one civilian right now, they would still kill it faster than this void stone.
They would still exactly.
He's
yeah.
going
Okay.
over there. Yeah, just go. Just
He's
go
going.
pull a
He's like,
civilian,
guys,
There
guys.
it is.
There we go. They're running it close with 1 minute on the clock. Trying to kill that void stone would have been a choice, but they managed to secure the Rookery. And here we go. There's just under 30 minutes left of regulation time. Ukraine has their 18 on the board. Taps has an 18 on the board. We got some 17s, some 15s, some 16s, all being progressed right now by the other 4 teams. We could see 2 more dungeons and a start. It would be incredibly tight, but you technically could.
Yep, and that's Ukraine's decision right now because they have the 18 Rookery, they have the 17 Priory, and the 17 Brewery. They probably... So Rookery is the fastest timer. The Priory will probably take the full 28 minutes. The Brew will definitely take the full 28 minutes. And so they are picking their last dungeon right now. So it's whichever dungeon they think that they can do the best and maybe have a couple resets at, because Ukraine probably does not have time to do 2. Taps might, because they have the Rookery still to do. But they got to finish this Priory right now if they're going to.
There is always the potential that Ukraine completes 1, and if they don't need too many resets, they could start the Rookery with like 1 second left on regulation time. That's always possible. It would be odd. United here struggling with this 15, unfortunately, on the Rookery. They are going to have a full team wipe. They're only 1 boss in, but their timer is just slowly ticking down. I don't know. that you continue this. I mean, 8 minutes for 2 bosses is, I think, possibly too tight.
Tempest.
They may simply have to just reset this key. DoD in their rookery of their own. And you know what? I think we have not seen this boss at all today. I think it's entirely possible that we have not once, a single time, watched Kyrios. So that's what we're going to do.
That's great news, because this is maybe the most interesting boss the entire season. He has 2 mechanics, and you know, there you go. There's 1 mechanic. And
You got to get ready for raiding, man.
Oh, wait, I forgot about the 3rd mechanic, the run around the room slowly mechanic. Yes. This boss has too much health, in my opinion. This boss would be fine if you killed it after 2, maybe 3 of these phases, but unlike the 15, 17, 18, you end up with like 4 or 5 of these phases. It just feels so long.
I think this whole dungeon is a little bit long. There's just a lot of running. There's a lot of duplicate packs. Like, when you get down towards the Voidstone Monstrosity, I don't mind having, 2, maybe 3 packs that are identical, but there's too many of the same thing. I like when my trash teaches me something about the mechanics the next boss is gonna do.
There's also, like, double the amount of trash if you don't do any of the skips. Because, like, at least when you're doing the skips, you just do, like, a double Ascendant and then a Void Stone into another Void Stone and you call it a day. But if you're not doing the skips, then you have, like, 4 Void Stones and 3 Ascendants? It's wild.
There's just a lot of stuff to kill and a long way to run.
Yeah, not much variety down there. Opting to do the hallway pull.
United
Taps
did decide to reset.
They did, yeah. Taps finishing up their Priory 17. Boss is at 50% with 230 left. They should have time. Especially with Lust coming up in 30 seconds. Or is it coming up? But that's their battle risk timer.
What?
Yeah, Lust is on 5-minute cooldown. They should still get this. They're only 2 minutes and 20 seconds into the boss, and it's under 50%. They have 2 minutes left, so depending on how cooldowns work out, it should be an easy 1 chest.
Yeah, 3 deaths so far in this dungeon. Not the worst we've seen. 45 seconds, but still not great.
Yep. I love these key timers too, where you can see their pace versus their practice pace. So, like, that they're 2 minutes behind where they were in practice. So they're feeling some type of way right now. They're trying to catch up. Minute left for 10%. Easy 1 chest. Don't get blinded and you're fine. There it is.
All right. Boom shakalaka. That is Taps done with their 17.
22 minutes left, so they probably only have time for 1. Have a couple resets left on it, though.
Oh.
Ukraine and the 18.
They chose Priory instead of going back to Cinderbrew.
They did indeed. They must have just decided that Cinderbrew is more uniquely challenging for them than Priory. Interesting.
We're just gonna paranoid check that that was a reset and not a dungeon complete earlier. Okay, confirmed. They have not completed the 18 Cinderbrew, so we are right. This is just an interesting choice.
Maybe they're doing a more straightforward route in Priory. So, like I said, Cinderbrew and Priory are both uniquely challenging. I think that Cinderbrew is more challenging in the numbers, and then Priory is more challenging in the get 5 million of these kicks all at once. Do your AoE CC rotation perfectly every single time. And so maybe they're just better at that than they are at, dealing with the damage that 3 hired assassins are going to do. Or what is the big guys in the first area? Hired muscles? Maybe, maybe that's just too much for them.
You are here. The storm perch has been breached, and the storm riders corrupted.
Oh, the Storm Riders have been corrupted, super.
Exciting. I haven't heard that before. Warrior Gamer heading up to the BEO herself. Finishing up their 16 Cinderbrew. Plenty of time. Easily going to one-chest that. I really want to see what Ukraine does going into this first boss.
Let's see if we can bring it up on the big screen.
Because they've done all standard pulls up till now. And then after the first boss, I want to see if they pull the whole room or if they do something safer.
Oh, it looks like Ukraine's audio has fixed itself.
Oh, nice.
Or no. Perhaps not.
Tempest.
For me, it's the fact that he has the double bars across the top for the casts. It's the same thing twice.
My favorite is the icon to the right, where you can see his Earth Elemental. But when he gets PI, that also shows up there. And then sometimes there is a third icon that just spam rotates through other people's abilities and has a 10 in the middle of it. I'll point it out when I see it again, but that I desperately want to know what information that thing is telling him.
Oh, it's a good point. If he targeted something else, it wouldn't be duplicated. You make an excellent point.
Oh yeah, maybe he's got, yeah, it is, because look, he's got a focus one up there at the top. It says focus, and then target is the bottom one. Yeah.
I just think it's great.
And so when he's targeting his focus, you'll see it twice. Yeah.
Greater heal.
I like the idea of it. They're just huge, and it's great.
Flame strike.
Doing the Dumal pull. Gotta stop these fire strikes. Or maybe we let both fire strikes go off. You do that too.
Hey, look. If Velo thinks that they can tank it, and ours has got all the healing, then we're good.
I mean, Total Command has a couple aggroed on him right now. See, look. DC's got Spirit Walker's Grace and then PI. But then when Spirit Walker's Grace disappears, there'll be another icon. No, I guess it's gone now. I want to know what that was.
Greater heal. Caltrops.
I think
Tempest.
that this POV will simply be the mystery of wonders for the Summer Clash.
There are a lot
and we
of
will
sounds
never
and a
find
lot
out
of-
the truth.
Tempest.
One day.
I think this POV has made me realize I need giant target focus bars and a large section of my UI dedicated to scrolling combat text.
This reminds me of all of those like "Have Weekoras gone too far" memes where like they link a UI from like Wrath of the Lich King where you have X Pearl and recount everywhere on your screen.
God, it's so true.
I mean, there's a lot of different ways to be good at this game. We were talking earlier about mages clicking blink, you know? Like there are mages who click blink that are better than me at this game. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just there's a lot of stuff on the screen right now. Like so they're pulling some links.
If it works for you, it works for you.
Yeah, exactly.
They're finally working their way up to the captain. I agree that I appreciate the continuity of everything being square.
Mm-hmm. Now, if we can get all the fonts the same, that'll be great. Pounce, pounce, pounce.
Gonna hop back to the quad here real quick.
Exciting.
Warrior Gamer is just able to time that key, but it does look like it's only going to be a one chest.
Taps deciding to go into the 17 Rookery as well. Makes sense. They have that 17 Priory and 18 Brewery on the board, so the next logical step is to get this 17 Rookery. They will not have time to do anything else, though. This will be their last key.
Tempest.
Unless they want to reset a time or two.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, at this point, teams really need to finish the key they're in and restart the next one. And even still, just looking at some of these timers, it's going to be tough. Like United, they would have to finish their 15 with more than 2 minutes on the clock in order to be able to teleport out, get in a new key, get in the dungeon before we hit time. Like, you have to have put your key in the font and hit start. That's the trigger. And for anyone at home who's watching, the timer on your screen is accounting for the stream delay of the POVs that we're watching. So when this timer hits 0, it is as pretty darn accurate a representation as we are going to get for whether these teams have successfully started their dungeons on time or not.
Mm-hmm. As we get to the close, though, are you ready for another question that might take you 3 hours like the first question?
No, I'm not prepared.
Well, I'm just here, all right? So your favorite dungeon is end time.
Yes.
What
my
is your
favorite dungeon
least
today is
favorite?
End Time.
What is your least favorite dungeon?
My least favorite dungeon today?
Yes. No,
I'm
ever,
pretty
ever
sure.
in all of WoW. What's your least favorite dungeon?
My least favorite dungeon today of all time is a good question. And it's probably you know what, it could actually be Temple of Sethralis. There's less that I hate than there are ones that I like. It could be Temple of Sethralis, unironically. I'm trying to think of what else there is. Yeah, honestly, I think that's going to be my answer. I think Temple of Sethralis. I just feel like that dungeon wasn't interesting. I feel like they added... Look, I'm all for adding new races and new playable combinations and new lore groups and all that kind of stuff. But I'm just like... it just did. What was the point of randomly adding Volpera and snake people? Like, I don't understand the lore implication that required there to be another set of sentient races on this planet when we could have just kept exploring the depth of troll lore or the depth of I mean, we got a tiny bit of Tauren lore in High Mountain. That's kind of about it. I think Temple of Sethralus is just a holistic example of the things that make me go, but why about that expansion? So I'm gonna go with Temple of Sethralus.
Okay.
Humantlop
That's
says,
a good
wow, I've
reason.
locked that dungeon from my memory. So you know what? I think I picked a good one.
Hmm?
I mean, I picked a good one that was bad. I completed my mission. That's all that matters.
You completed your mission.
In less time, I have improved. Right, more Tuskar lore. Like, there's so many other cool beings and creatures. Like, I think the use of the kobolds in this expansion was great. We didn't need a new random race of underground creatures when we had plenty of dwarf variants and, like, kobolds that have been in the game since vanilla and just kind of existed. You know, there's so much cool stuff. No, Temple of Sethralus is the one from BFA. Not the temple where you get like Hakar's egg, which I still have in my inventory. That's in Kalimdor.
Tempest.
What's it called, the temple? It's underwater, and then you go in and you fight Hakar, and then there's the dragons. And
Tempest.
I know which one you're talking about. That's not the one I mean. I mean Temple of Sethralus from BFA.
Tempest.
That's a good one. I also hated Temple.
It's just like, it wasn't that good. What's your least favorite dungeon? Do you have one?
Old Hillsbrad Foothills.
I thought about Old Hillsbrad Foothills, but I kind of like that dungeon. I unironically
I hate
enjoyed
follower
that dungeon.
quests. Follower quests are the worst, and that's an entire dungeon of it.
See, for me, the thing that I think is different about how I do dungeons than what a lot of people do is I won't queue for a dungeon until I have played the dungeon at the point where it belongs in the story.
What?
So, yeah, I'm a psycho. So, like, you know, when you do the quests in a zone, and then you get to the boss, and Ajara's like, oh, we're being attacked. We must defend the ruby life pools. And you're like, okay, I'll go do that now. And then you complete the dungeon. And then she's like, oh my god, everything's great now. We have saved the dragons. We need to move on. Whatever it was. I'm summarizing here. Then I can queue for ruby life pools however many times that I want. But I can't queue for any of the other dungeons yet, because, like, I haven't gotten to the point where we go to save Nokud, so I can't queue Nokud. And so that affects the way that I perceive the dungeons because I see them story first. That's all.
What about the dungeons with no dungeon quests?
That's not a thing.
Yeah, it is. There was dungeons where you
Name
just never
a
went
single.
into them.
Name one.
Sigwin Depths.
From Shadowlands?
Yeah. I thought they started doing that where, like, they only have half of the
No.
dungeons be leveling questing dungeons, and then the other half are just not.
But they're still part of the plot. Sanguine Depths is where you go to,
Tempest.
you get the what's-his-face. There's like it's not a direct, like, you need to walk into the dungeon, but it's like, oh, over there are some bad people, you should deal with them kind of dungeon. Like, it still directs you to a point in the storyline where the action
Okay.
should occur.
Tempest.
It's funny that you can't do a dungeon until you understand the lore, and my least favorite dungeon is the one that I think is just controlled by the lore.
Yeah.
My other
Yeah, I
least
think
favorite dungeon...
we're never going to
my
speak
other-
to each other again after this.
My other least favorite dungeon is the Calling of Strathholm, the Wrath one, where you have to follow frickin'
Aw.
Arthas through the city the entire time.
Tempest.
I love that dungeon. All right, you know what I'm not loving? Rookery for United. They are struggling The struggle bus is real.
4.
I believe that they can complete this key. But this is the second time that about 8 minutes in at this same spot they've had to reset it.
Yeah, they're cutting their losses here. They're gonna reset again. They think they have one chance at it, and so they're gonna try. They're gonna do a couple of resets for the next 7 minutes.
DOD has one more push phase to go. I'm looking at their timer. They've got 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock in order to get the shield down and then burst. That's going to be tight.
Yep, and they should have time to hop into one more dungeon, though, if they get it done.
That's a big if. If they get it done and can start another one, this could secure them the top spot in Group C for today. Calling of Stratham would have been much better if you could do it at your own pace. Yeah, like, it's a fantastic dungeon. Like, the fights are cool. The location is cool. Having to work your way through the city is cool. I like it design-wise. I agree that it's slow because you have to stand and wait for the RP. I think in the... Woo, they got it! In the modern era of WoW, where you can, you know, just have the floating head text boxes appear at the bottom to deliver a lot of RP... I think that dungeon could be updated for simplicity, but I love it. King's Rest was like, meh. It just was an unnecessary amount of vertical traversal, which I think made it feel worse than it really was.
Elevator simulator.
You know?
Vault of the Wardens.
Oh, gosh. All right, Ukraine's Priory is going. We just heard them complete another boss kill. They're on their way to the Prioress. A little bit more trash. We will watch them complete that dungeon. Meanwhile, of course, Taps and Warrior Game are both working on a 17, trying to get themselves some extra points and secure the lead over each other. Warrior Gamer having just started their 17, though, which means they have, 5 minutes to reset if they don't like the start of this. But otherwise, they're committed. Taps, they're not going to have time to come back. They've got 2 bosses left still in this Rookery. That's going to take them more than 5 minutes. So I think we're probably seeing the last we will from both of them. Are United having restarted their Rookery as well. We're probably not going to get another one. So Ukraine's only hope here is to somehow defeat the Prioress in the next 4 minutes. Which I don't know is going to happen.
No.
And then start a new dungeon.
They would have needed to pull it by now.
Yeah, she's a pretty long fight.
They're still walking up the stairs. They got another 8 or 9 minutes left this dungeon. It is going pretty smoothly. Only 4 deaths in a Priory is not bad.
DOD have gone back to their 14 Priory as well. So they've just started that. Not likely to see a new dungeon out of them. That's going to be their closer for the day.
Yep. It looks like Ukraine is going to be done next, and then Taps. And then the other teams are midway or just starting.
Tempest.
Actually, all 3 are just starting.
Tempest. Consecration. Volley. Fireball volley. Consecration. Tempest.
Ukraine trying to get this 18 Priory on the board, which would be the best Priory that we have seen today.
It would indeed.
Burst of light. Consecration. Consecration.
Something that I think is fun about Priory is the fact that when you have dungeons with enemies that are the classes we get to play, right? Like, we are clearly fighting some paladins here. There's not really much of a question. These are paladins, these are priests. Happy days. And they get to use the same abilities that we use. obviously tuned completely differently. But I enjoy that bit of world building consistency. It's one of the things that I used to love about a lot of the classic content because, they just didn't have custom models for everything. So if it was a hunter, you were probably a random night elf hunter that was a night elf and had the hunter abilities. Like, I enjoy that level of consistency in character design and getting those opportunities to not have to fight like, oh, it's a voidling creature from another realm, or it's an elemental, or it's a whatever, or it's a dragon or something that we can't be. Having these moments of quote unquote realism is a lot of fun for me in dungeon design.
You like when the paladins in Priory kill everybody with divine toll and consecration. I understand.
Absolutely.
I know fire mages who would really like to have firebolt volley from the risen mages in Priory as well.
Tempest.
Looks like they're pulling this pretty safely. Ukraine is in the 18 Priory.
Fireball volley.
They have 8 minutes left. And all they have left is the mini boss pull and the boss. They do have lust. Should be safe for them. Taps finishing up the second boss in Rookery.
Tempest. Tempest.
No deaths in here from Taps. They are playing out of their minds in the 17 Rookery.
Yeah, they have turned everything on for this last round. We've got less than a minute to go in regulation time. 50 seconds before no new keys can begin.
Yep, and so if you are on one of these teams and you're feeling iffy about your timer or your death counter, now is the time to run out and back in.
Get there quick. You must have placed the key in the font and hit start.
Tempest. Holy flame.
Ukraine pulling the last boss with 7 minutes left. Easy day for them. This will be a timed 18 Priory, barring some cataclysmic event. And that's it. We're out of time. No more keys.
No more keys. And oh no! United,
Tempest.
as soon as the timer hit 0, had a full team wipe moments earlier, and they could have gone for a reset, but now they have to stick it out or call it here.
That is unfortunate. And a couple of them already zoning out. Think that they are going to end their day there.
Tempest. Tempest.
Taps is about to do that stressful pull where you might pull the boss after this one is dead. Still got a little bit of damage to go on that Void Stone. They're already pulling the next Void Stone, though. Which is fair. As long as the AoEs don't stack, this is fine to pull 2 Void Stones. Ukraine killing the shield. Last phase of the last boss. 5 minutes left.
Tempest. Tempest. Holy flame.
Taps not pulling the boss. They're doing really well here.
Tempest.
Clean out this Void Stone. They got 7 minutes and 45 seconds now to kill the boss, and a little bit of trash at the end. Which they might just pull directly into the boss if they want to.
Tempest.
All right, so we've got United's final scores here, 13, 14, 13, sitting in Group C with DOD. We're going to have to see how this plays out. We've got DOD still running their key.
Tempest.
One of their hunters is dead, though, and they do not have a battle res, or maybe they just haven't sent it yet. Nope, they definitely don't have it.
Tempest.
Gonna have to kill this boss down 1 DPS. Ukraine successfully finishing their 18 Priory, our best Priory of the day. Plenty of time left in that timer. Good for them. Their final score is what? 18, 18, 17? Awesome shot
Yeah,
from
I
Ukraine.
think so. I think so. All right, so that's Ukraine completed. I believe we're going to update their scores in just a moment.
And we got Taps is going to be the next team to finish. They have all of their trash complete. They just have the boss. 6 minutes left to finish the boss.
Yep, Ukraine
Should
is
be
clear.
cakewalk. Just got to hit all these little rocks. Call it a day, Taps. Nice job. About to hit this second shield. Looks like they're holding a little bit of damage, and now they're pushing. Big dam into this 17 last boss's vulnerability.
Yeah, I'm looking at the tap 17. Let's see if we can bring it on full screen. Have we got that? I think we do.
Last shield. Should be an easy 3-phase here. Taps looks really good this tournament.
Yeah, this team has just historically been such a wild card, having some of the most dominant performances the AFDL has ever seen and some of the worst. So it really all depends on who shows up to play. And this weekend, they did. 36% remaining on the final burn. 3 minutes and 56 seconds left to go. 0 deaths. What a clean run. With more time, they probably could have 18'd or 19'd one key at a time. They absolutely deserve to go into Group A. We will see how their standings shape up against the rest of their Group B counterparts at the end of tomorrow.
Yep, and they are already beating Warrior GMR, correct? So it will just be the Coast Guard and the French Air and Space Force that might be able to unseat them as the team being promoted.
And even then, It's gonna be a tough battle for those two teams.
Yep, especially because they know the bar now. You know, it's a really high bar Taps has set here. So you know they have to get in there and get 17, 17, 18 at least with better times if you're Coast Guard or French Air and Space.
So that is it. We're going to update this final score for Taps.
Gosh, it's still crazy to me that they did 118 and their 18 was the Cinderbrew.
Yeah. I think of all the teams, this has definitely been the most impressive performance out of any of the teams we've seen today.
Oh no, DoD is wiping.
It's not what you want. They have the time to get back up and go. They need this point.
Also has 2 dead.
It's cutting in close.
It is indeed. See, this is what I'm talking about, though. So they're in the first pull after the second boss, and they have 2 people dead who can't release because this graveyard is at the start of the dungeon. And so it's 100% better for them to sit and wait for them to do half of this paladin's life. It's so much faster doing that than it is running back, just because of how terrible this graveyard is in Priory.
DoD is standing around making some decisions. It looks like that party is disbanding and they are not going to continue the 14 Sacred Flame.
Indeed, it looks like that will be the end of the Department of Defense. Still putting up some solid keys here. What'd they end up with? 13, 13, 14?
That 13, 13, 14, that belongs to United. We are updating DoD's scores shortly. But there's only one team left running. Will Warrior Gamer.
They did just have a wipe. They have to lock it in and get it going for this last pull in the first room after the second boss room.
Beam.
The first pull in the cathedral, that is.
Nova. 2, 1.
Silent Sigil goes out. Here come the second round of casts. Blinding Sleet on that one. Incap Roar. Psychic Scream. They're handling it well. Only one more caster. Flame Strike's going out. Kick, guys, kick. Powerhouse goes down. No battle res, so he's going to have to wait again for a res. They still have about 13 minutes here. You really need like 7 or 8 after the second boss. So they are still on time to get
Again,
this
all
done.
they have to do is complete it.
Yep. They are still on time to have this done. It's going to be close though, and they can't afford any more deaths or anything else, especially without a battle res like that one was. Can't have people sitting around for the bosses. Here's the 3 soak. Should be on the tank to soak this after the shields. Yep, 1, 2, 3. Nice and clean so far. Let's see about the 5 soak. Who's going to do the 5 soak? DK? Yep.
A good call.
All right, next soak is a 3 soak. It's in a bad spot. They need to get out of there. Can't bait the shields on it. Looks like they did. And Tank's responsibility now.
So much team movement coordination is required here.
Yeah. You can see, especially on these shields, that they're doing a really good job of staying stacked. The important thing on this fight is just for all of your non-tanks, non-DKs to just be perfectly stacked on one another, because these hammers that they just spawned right there are going to spin around, and then here's the next 5 soak, so they can't spawn the shields on top of it, so they need to stack for these shields. Good stack. DK should be running into it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And next round of things.
That was so clean.
Yeah. And 3 soak. This will be on the tank. Braun Pike's doing that dumb thing where he stands around instead of fighting. Good kick. And then the next call is always to, do we soak the next 5-1 or do we kill the boss? Because you don't need to soak the next set, as it will die before they go off. We'll see if they soak it anyway, just to be safe. If they do want to soak it, we'll see the DK running over there after these shields. Nope, they're confident. They're going to kill it. Nope, DK's running over. Change his mind. Still super clean, though. Boss goes down, and they will have... Ooh, I got a math. 8 minutes? 9 minutes. They'll have 9 minutes to get the last area and the last boss down. Should be enough time, but definitely no time for mistakes. And we had a question in chat. DOD did not get that 15 hothead, unfortunately.
Nova.
WGMR looking good. All right, pulling back into the corner. The classic.
Beam. Two. 1. Nova.
Nice clean pull, no deaths. Kick that priest, nice. Only thing we can mess up now is the light spawn.
They got 6 minutes remaining. 10 deaths on the clock. Those are all super punishing right now, but they're finally in this last room. They need their remaining percent, and they just got to get Priory pulled.
Yep, they're pulling the mini boss into this pack, maybe? No. He just was doing RP. This pack usually gets pulled with the Pat. That looks like it's all the way to the left right now. Oh no. Oh no. Lust.
Nova.
This is a
2,
big juicy pull.
1.
Yep, there goes Powerhouse. There goes Moon. That was a large pull. Tool down as well. Raise down as well. Oh.
Beam.
Yeah, you do not want to do this mini boss with all of that. Maybe they just thought they needed to do that big pull for time, but I don't think they did. That is so unfortunate. Full wipe.
Do you think they can even try?
No, with 3 minutes left, that's not even enough time to kill the boss, and they still have percent. That's gonna be it for them, unfortunately.
I need you to fill for a little bit because I'm trying to fix the scoreboard and make sure we got all the scores correct. So we gotta summarize. We gotta watch. Like, guys, I was so hoping they would complete the dungeon.
And so Warrior GMR will unfortunately hearth out, and we will head back to the desks. How's it going, Marielia?
It's going. I updated the scores, and then the scoreboard is trying to math itself out and make sure we've got everything in the right places. So I'm just making sure that this is all correct for our final standing.
Yep, it was unfortunate. That's a terrible ending, unfortunately, for Warrior GMR. They are still able to put up, what did they end up with? 16, 15, 16? Did I get that right? Is my scoreboard right? I think so. Still able to put up some good times and some good key levels for the day. We saw Ukraine with all those 18s done, and then the TAPS team getting their 18 done. So we have seen every single key done on an 18, which is huge for all these teams. TAPS coming out, showing up, able to get their 18 done from the Group B position, which is crazy considering they started 2 key levels down, and so they were already behind 3 dungeons, able to put up the highest key in the brewery. Very, very exciting. Yeah, we're excited. We still got another day of this. We got who's playing tomorrow? We got us, the U.S. Army Esports. We got U.S. Navy playing tomorrow. Coast Guard is also going to be playing. French Air and Space Force. And then we got the VFW team playing from Group C. It's going to be an exciting day. We're going to be able to see how these scoreboards really shake out. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Looks like Marielia is still setting up the scoreboard. It's a good day of keys. That Priory pull at the end there, you really, really don't want to pull all 3 of those together. It's unfortunate. It just requires so many kicks. I'm sorry, Warrior GMR. You guys were close. It was a really good attempt.
Okay, we've got it. Some times aren't populating, but we've verified that the rankings are correct and everything else is working as intended. Thank you for your patience. You know, this graphic was working when we went on our lunch break, super, and I haven't touched it since, and suddenly it just be how it is. So let's show everybody what our final rankings of today look like. You can see it here. Ukrainian WoW sitting pretty at the top of Group A. They're 17, 18, 18 is a strong stance. They've got some times, 28 minutes, 34 seconds, 29 minutes, 24 seconds, 28 even. So they're going to be a tough team to beat for the Army and the Navy tomorrow. Air Force Gaming, of course, will be relegated down to Group B, and it looks like TAPS might be the team to take their place. With that 18 on the board, they have really, really set the bar for Group B. 18, 17, 17, their times are not populating, but we do have them. They were at 32 minutes and 54 seconds in Cinderbrew, just under 31 and a half minutes for Priory, and 25 minutes and 54 seconds for their Rookery 17. So some really quick timers on a couple of these. If they'd been in that Group A to start, a whole dungeon earlier, honestly, they probably could have beaten out Ukrainian WoW. So
Yeah.
their performance is wild. Warrior Gamer sitting now in that second place, 16, 15, and 16, a respectable showing from them. Coast Guard Gaming and the French Air and Space Force, as you rightly mentioned, will be playing tomorrow. So it is Warrior Gamer's neck at risk on the potential chopping block here. In the Group C, we've got Department of Dungeons with a 14, 13, 13. They do win out on the tiebreaker for time, so I will list those out. And sorry, that's a 15 Rookery, not a 13. For whatever reason, it's showing incorrectly. They have a 31-56 in Cinder, a 26-28 in their 13 Priory, and a 27-47 in their 15 Rookery. Whereas United has 13, 14, 13 across the board. So Combat Tested Gaming plays tomorrow. They were our newcomers in the spring, and they had a strong showing. We've historically seen teams, they show up, their first round is all right. They just don't know what to expect from the level of performance in the AFDL. And then as the events continue, they get better and better and better. United is a perfect example of that, beating their personal best today. What are you thinking going into tomorrow?
Well, I think that I should not give away any of our strategies at all because Scoopin and the other guys are going to yell at me. But, I think that these are some pretty good key levels. Yeah, and I'm sure that we're going to see more of that tomorrow and maybe some other stuff, It's going to be a good time.
This is it. The Armed Forces Dungeon League has, of course, always been about making sure that we give service members a place for community, a place to come together to make new connections. If you are watching and you have any sort of military background, reach out to your veteran organizations, reach out to the branches in which you served, no matter what country you're in, to see about getting yourself into the AFDL. We currently have registration open for both League of Legends and Rocket League later in the fall. Registration closes at the end of June, so get yourself a team, get yourself registered. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And I do just want to shout out one thing here specifically. Going into tomorrow, the Ukrainian WoW team, we mention it every single time. We brought them in right after, the terrible beginnings of the war in their country, and they have consistently improved themselves. They are here. We were talking about earlier how much pride they have to play, and we've been permitted to share this, but Heroic Solo is their team captain, who we didn't actually get to see in a lot of the keys today. Normally we get to see his POV, but his home was recently destroyed, completely destroyed in an attack, and he still managed to lead a team to such a great performance this afternoon. So absolute kudos to the Ukrainian team for once again showing up and showing everybody how it's done. This is an incredible bar to be setting on day one of the Summer Clash, and I am incredibly excited to go into day two. So chat, get all the love that you have out into the comms, spam some emotes, spam some love, tell everybody to tune in. Super, do you want to give us your final thoughts before we close out?
Yeah, I'm just excited to be here. This is great. I love the AFDL, and I just like competing. I like hanging out with you guys, and yeah, I'm looking forward to putting up some great keys and some good times tomorrow.
We always love having you. All right, that's going to be it from us. We will be back once again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. European time. So make sure you've dropped a follow if you haven't already to get notified when we go live, or follow us on Twitter for the go live announcement. And until then, everybody, have a good one.
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.